Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Pirate pregame show for baseball today. North Central Missouri College at 16-22 takes on Southeastern Community College of Beatrice, Nebraska, 34-10. The pregame show coming up in just a moment here. Stay tuned on Pirates Digital Media.
Before you open your eyes, at Smithfield, we're busy slow smoking. Before you sizzle, we hand select and hand trim. Before you were born, we gave birth to flavor, which you'll find in every bite of our naturally delicious hickory smoked bacon. Flavor hails from Smithfield.
Before we start our look at Southeast Community College out of Nebraska, let's take a look at the tale of the tape between the two teams. You'll see a lot of similarities, except for perhaps their overall record. Southeast, the Storm, 34-10. They're a D1 NJCAA team out of Region 9. Deion Parks is their ninth-year head coach. His brother, Tyson Parks, helps coach the team, and his dad, Dan, is also a member of the coaching staff on a part-time basis. Trevor Varley works with the pitchers. This team hits the ball well, a .345 team batting average. They pitch it well, 4.67 is their ERA, and they've won 11 straight. They are 14-7 on the road, sweeping McCook Community College over the weekend, 3 straight. The thing that's interesting about them, they will run a bunch. They have 112 stolen bases in 44 games. Let's talk to Coach Parks of SECC about his team. Coach, your season has been pretty successful so far. What do you guys do well? What will we see in the doubleheader?
Well, right now, I think what we're doing well is we're competing up and down our lineup. Our guys are becoming tougher outs. We're putting together better at bats. We're pretty athletic. We cover the field pretty well. We've been making the routine play more consistently, which always helps. And tomorrow's midweek, so I think our pitchers that haven't got much of a chance to throw are eager. I hope that they go out and hope they can throw strikes. And then if they can do that, I think that you'll kind of see what we kind of do. So
you were telling me about some of your transfer kids. Can you tell us that story in brief?
Yeah, we were able to get some transfer kids over the last year. We got a couple guys, Tyler Palmer and Max Peterson from Nebraska. Tyson Gertis, he'll be out there tomorrow. He's from Nebraska, Omaha. Good player. Those guys are good players. We had a couple other JUCO transfers that came in. With the COVID situation, we lost a lot of guys, and everybody was older, seemed like the last 2 years. And so to help out our sophomore class, it was a little bit smaller. We thought we needed to get some transfer guys to help out our freshmen. And it takes a little bit to mix, but they've done a good job of coming together.
You are, I guess, a little bit distinct in having your brother as an assistant coach. You said your dad helps out a little bit. How's the family life on the baseball bench during games?
It's interesting, entertaining, interesting. It's great. It's anybody can go to work with their family. When you have a close family, that's something that it's priceless. All the time you get to spend, that a lot of people may not get to spend with especially their dad. That we do, and that's great. But it can get entertaining, and we're all competitive, so it's interesting sometimes, no doubt.
Tell me, because I've not seen your team play, what is the principle that you feel has to apply to a baseball team?
Well, I think the main thing is toughness. And people think, well, I can fight this guy. It's not about physicality in baseball. It's about mental toughness. And I think being able to overcome a little, adversity, a bad play, a line out, double play, a walk, or a big error, I think it all comes back to toughness. And as you go on, hopefully experience develops that over the season. And, at the beginning, we were struggling with the toughness factor, and things were snowballing into bigger things. And we've done a better job of overcoming and being more mentally tough. And, we make an error, we get the next guy out instead of walking the next guy. And, if we leave a guy on third with one out, we're getting a 2-out hit, and then we'll get another 2-out hit. So picking each other up being mentally tough and not worried about the wind, the umpire, the weather, bad calls, whatever, doesn't matter. Just keep playing and play as hard as you can until it's over, and then see where you are at the end.
And finally, you've been at Southeast now at almost 10 years. What's the thing you're proudest of your program?
The biggest thing that I'm proudest of for us is I'm proud of our kids and the kids we've had and the futures, at the time, and the futures that they've had in baseball and outside of baseball, where they've gone on to be successful businessmen, teachers, lawyers, doctors, fathers, husbands. That's what it's about. And this is a stepping stone. Every junior college to me is a stepping stone, and you're setting them up for the next best part of their life. And that's the thing that makes everybody, I think, feel excited. I bet if you ask Coach Hillerman, he'd tell you probably the same thing.
My name is Jenna Cotter, and I went to Central High School in St. Joseph, Missouri. When I was in high school, we had a lady that worked at our school that was just dedicated to A+, and so she really encouraged it. And when I heard about the requirements, I had either already met them or they seemed easily attainable to me, and so that's why I decided to go for it. I would say to just go for it. It's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
Welcome back to the pregame show on Pirates Digital Media. It's baseball today, NCMC against Southeast Community College. The Pirates have been on a tear. They have won 2 straight and 9 of their last 11. They are approaching the 500 mark, 16-22 after an 0-12 start. So credit to Donnie Hillerman and his staff. This team is hitting .291 on the season with an ERA of 6.28. They won 3 out of 4 at Heston last weekend. That is a potential regional opponent. And get this, in the 4 games, 49 hits in that 4-game series. Now, Donnie Hillerman on our pregame show.
Head coach Donnie Hillerman with us here. A good weekend. What turned out to be Wichita to play Heston. Tell us about the 4-game series.
It was the guys played very, very well. I was very pleased. We won 3 of the 4. And honestly, the guys would tell you, I'd tell you, we could have very well or should have probably won all 4 of them. In fact, I didn't get to stay for the entire game 2.
Is that right? Oh my gosh!
And the reason being is because we were unhappy with some of the calls, and we felt like the guy that scored one of the runs was struck out and then picked off and then thrown out at second base.
Oh my goodness!
And then still scored. So. Anyway, but and I was trying to be diplomatic, and I had a little conversation more about mechanics and the fact that he was upset with our dugout for saying something to our catcher, which he thought was directed at him. But I think at that point in time he was at his end a little bit, and
okay.
He had a pretty quick trigger with me. So.
Well, I've got to ask you, since you brought it up, how many times do you know? Because I've never seen you get real heated on the field to warrant something.
Yeah.
I've just never seen it.
I've had my moments over the years for sure, but yeah, I mean, for me, we know there's going to be mistakes made. In fact, the umpires won't like to hear this, but we tell our guys from the day they show up that when we go to compete, we are out there to beat all 11 or all 9, right. The 9 guys on the field, and the elements and everything, yeah. Right? You just got to overcome it all. So that's just part of the scene, It's so we know that the problem we have, or I have, is when a guy doesn't work to get in the right position.
Yes.
We had a call the other day. The way the dugout is back around the corner behind the dugout, there's a dead space. The ball went over there, and the guy caught it. But he even joked when he came back that he had both feet out of bounds. The umpire never even moved from the center of the field to get in position to see that. And that's, we're paying them pretty good money too. They're making pretty good money.
Yeah. I will tell you, we'll be able to call stuff like that from the press box. You know how that goes.
There you go.
Always easy to get from there. All right, back to Heston. What did you guys do particularly well?
I think we were solid all the way around. Our bats got a little cold in game 2, and I think we were getting a little frustrated. And we might have let ourselves, let a few at bats slip where we maybe weren't quite as sharp with our approach and stuff as we have been recently in the last several games. And But we got back to it, and we lost that game 3-2, and very well. I think that was a good, well-pitched game by us, and well played in general. And we came back and scored more runs the rest of the way,
right.
and won 2 the next day, and we put up some big numbers. So offense was doing well. One of our concerns has kind of been our fielding, some consistency things there, and I think I may have told you before, the fact that our errors kind of came in little clumps. So we'd have an error, and then we might get our heads down a little bit, make another error, and have like 2 or 3 errors in one inning. And we're doing a little better with that too. Good. So that's good. But right now we're doing well on all ends. And I hate, when we get together as a team and the coaches are all talking, we even hate to start calling names because there's too many names to call, and you're going to ultimately leave somebody out. But right. Man, I tell you, one name worth calling is Bailey, because he's pitching.
Bailey Quint.
Yeah, Quint. I mean, it's a tough thing to be the DH and the pitcher, and he threw a complete game, the last game of the series, and he hit well for us the whole series, and and played good defense. So, but no, there's so many guys are playing well. You just hate to mention names like that. So.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Southeast because they're going to be very tough. It sounds like. However, midweek you never know what you're going to see on the hill. What's your plan for this midweek doubleheader? Well,
they're definitely a strong team, and that's exciting to play good teams. You want to win or lose. You want to go out there and just play hard, and the guys experience that that competitive thing. Because it's satisfying to win. Against good teams especially, and right. You know what, it's not a huge disappointment if you play really, really well and you lose to a good team that's still playing good baseball, and that's what we're all about. I'd much rather be playing good baseball and
right.
feel good about that than maybe playing lousy but somehow getting wins or whatever the case may be. So
in Southeast, how are they going to be?
Oh, I know they're going to be very strong. They're a good team, and like you said, it's midweek for both teams. I mean, they've been feeling some, experiencing some injury bug and some attrition there, and we're both trying to stay healthy, trying to get some guys some looks. For us, we have a few things going on nagging injuries, and maybe potentially some things we're concerned about. So we're going to try to protect a few guys, but it's also would be our best practice day this week because Thursday it's the day before we play,
right.
So we need to get everybody some looks and get some swings and stuff. But we probably got about 15, 16 guys that we might mix in, generally speaking, anyway. But with a couple guys down, we're going to probably see a lot of the same guys out there on the field. But we'll pitch, with guys who are fresh and who need some innings, and maybe some of our dual guys who don't get to throw too often will get some innings and stuff like that. And I know they'll be doing the same. And
right.
So hopefully we'll go out there and have some fun, compete, and everybody stays healthy and have a good day. So.
Yeah, I hate to talk about this because you don't know, but just real briefly and a big overhead view, the weekend weather looks awful. What's kind of the thought playing Moberly here as we film this?
Right. Well, we made an adjustment to move the 2 games to Friday because Saturday looked colder. But with the way things are looking, I mean, they keep kind of pushing this up some. So we might even have it be, honestly, we could be in some trouble tomorrow if weather gets here sooner than they're thinking.
Right.
But or we might be playing in some wet, on Wednesday, and then but if it gets too wet Thursday, we may have to adjust again. But right now we're playing 2 on Friday, which will be the warmer day of Friday and Saturday, 1 on Saturday.
2 sevens on Friday?
No, it's a 9-7 at the 9 or the 7-9. So if the 7 goes extra innings at all, right. Then the second game becomes a 7.
Gotcha.
And then on the final game would be a 9 regardless.
Okay.
So.
Good.
And there's a very good chance that we will be talking about more adjustments as time goes. It's just
still springtime.
Spring baseball.
Even though this is the nicest weather we've had, still springtime.
Yeah.
Coach, thank you so much. We look forward to seeing the Pirates today.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
We're back to wrap up our pregame show in a moment.
Partners with North Central Missouri College Athletics include BTC Bank, agriculturally minded, service-oriented, and driven to strengthen the communities it serves. Farmers Bank of Northern Missouri, bank on the go with Farmers Bank mobile app. Grundy County Lumber, your authorized local steel dealer. Pettijohn Ford, now offering low upfront prices and no hidden fees on every vehicle in stock. St. Luke's Health System. St. Luke's unique combination of clinical excellence and compassionate care makes them the best place to get care. That is our pregame show for today. We will see you live in a moment from Burley Grimes Stadium and Field in Trenton, Missouri for 2 7-inning games on Pirates Digital Media. NCMC's Agriculture and Natural Resources program is designed for students who wish to pursue a career in the areas of agribusiness or management of natural resources. The program focuses on general planning, economics and the use of facilities, natural resources, equipment, labor, and capital to produce plant and animal products. Instruction is provided at the main campus here at NCMC and the Elizabeth and Arthur Barton Farm Campus and internship sites. We also offer certificate programs in ag business, crop production, equine management, livestock management, and ag mechanics.
It is cloudy but warm in Trenton, Missouri today, and we should have a good afternoon for some baseball. 2 7-inning games today between southeast of Beatrice, Nebraska, and our North Central Missouri College Pirates. Hi, everybody. I'm Rick Cole. We're at Burley Grimes Field, as you can see, the home of the Pirates, as we get ready for these 2 games against a very good Southeastern team. I keep calling them the Southeastern. Southeast is the technical name, Southeast Community College, and as we said, they are a D1 school in Beatrice, Nebraska. Our matchup on the mound, Nate Fine will go for the Pirates. He is 2-2 with a 4.7 ERA, and he'll be opposed by Corey Palmer, 2-0 with a save and a 1.98. But in limited innings, his 1.98 ERA comes in 13 2/3 innings pitched. Jaden Varner is with us as well today, and it's good to see some nice warm weather, but the weekend looks a little threatening, and we'll take the good weather while we have it.
Yeah, certainly. Of course, Missouri weather is always something to look out for. I think I was reading the weather last week, and there was a chance of some snow flurries at some point.
Are you kidding?
So, yeah,
no, I haven't seen that.
So, we'll see. It's always fun. But, hopefully we got some nice weather today. It is cloudy, but, it's warm.
Fine versus Palmer. That's the pitching matchup. And when we come back, we will take a look at the starting lineups for the 2 teams here at Burley Grimes Field.
The NCMC Library is a great place to come to study, to relax. If you come into our library, we have about 32,000 books for you to check out, and we have access to 35 million books for you. And you are welcome anytime to come in and make it your own.
Upcoming games on Pirates Digital Media will be affected by the weather. I'm sure it already has been to a certain extent. They've moved around the Moberly Area Community College 3-game series. We'll play 2 games, a 7 and a 9 on Friday, starting at 2 o'clock here at Grimes. And then Saturday will be a single 9-inning game starting at 1 o'clock against Moberly Area Community College. Really, the thing we're looking at is the weather tomorrow. How much rain will we get? Will it affect Friday and Saturday's games? We'll just have to wait wait and see. As we said, it's Southeast, the Storm 34-10 coming in today. Dion Parks is the ninth-year head coach, and here is the starting lineup for the Storm. Danny Spanberg is the right fielder. He's a sophomore leading off with a .396 average. This team hits .345, by the way. Tyler Palmer, a sophomore, is playing at shortstop today. Mae Peterson will be the DH, and will wait through the national anthem. Well, we're sorry. We weren't expecting the national anthem today. We haven't had it until today, so we apologize for jumping into the middle of it. We were giving you Southeast lineup. Max Peterson is the number 3 hitter and is the DH. Then Tyler Bishop, the first baseman, who's the leading hitter in terms of average, home runs, and RBI. Bishop is the first baseman hitting cleanup. Avery Moore is the left fielder. Then Elliot Peterson is the number 6 hitter and plays catcher. Logan Gozer is the third baseman. He's the number 7 man in the order. Drew Borner hits 8th, the second baseman. And Tyson Gertis is the center fielder. He hits number 9 in the Southeast Storm lineup. Defensively for the Pirates, working with Nate Fine, will be catcher Daniel Mendez. Keaton Mudd is at third base. Reynel de Rosario is the shortstop. Lane Rutherford at second base, and Bailey Quint will play first base today. In the outfield, Hagen Magera in left. Rollins Brandt is the center fielder, and Edward Villoria is the right fielder for the Pirates. So it's the Pirates at 16-22 and Southeast at 34-10. And Jaden, the Pirates have been coming on strong, but it's an 11-game win streak for Southeast right now. Pirates, though, have been playing better baseball since their 0-12 start.
Yeah, they really put a lot of it together. The pitching has really started to get there, and the hits have followed. And kind of in a similar way that the softball team does, the hits really seem to follow after some, great pitching after inning. So if they can keep that up, there's a good chance that they can steal a game here against Southeast.
Speaking of softball, the softball team lost 2 at Indian Hills on Monday. They're 22-20 on the year. They play at Jefferson College on Saturday, and then they swing over to St. Charles on Sunday for double headers before a big 4-game series against Crowley. So it is getting down to the nitty-gritty. A couple of weeks left before regional tournaments, and this will be a great test for the Pirates as you take a look at Nate Fine working on the hill for the Pirates. Nate has thrown 20 1/3 innings. This is his 10th appearance with his 3rd start coming today. 24 hits allowed in the just over 20 innings, 11 earned runs. He has walked 9 and struck out 22, so he's averaging over 1 strikeout per inning. If he can keep the ball low, he has a chance to be very good today, although the pitchers will rotate in and out, I'm sure, a little bit for both teams.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the rotations from the Pirates, but the thing main today is that you cannot really let anything up high. Any fly ball is a dangerous one today.
The wind is blowing from first base across to the left field foul pole, so the balls were jumping during batting practice. Let's see what happens here during the game. Our umpire is Jim Wentworth behind the plate, and he is ready to go as he signals to Nate Fine to begin play. And Fine will face Danny Spanberg. And the first pitch is over the inside corner for a strike. Pirates' ERA is fairly high at 6.28, but you think that's astronomical after seeing like major league ERAs. And among all the Division II baseball schools, that's 72nd, so it's kind of in the middle. Just down a little bit. It is very windy, and we expect the wind to be a factor in left field. Hagen Magara could be challenged today. He's awful deep right now. Spanberg at 396 on the year, a homer and 19 RBI. And that's a tip into the glove of Mendez for a strike. He's also very good on the bases. If he gets on, like all of these guys, he will run. 19 of 21 in stolen bases, so keeping him off the bases will be a big deal. Fine waiting, and the 6'2 sophomore delivers, and that's belted foul. Nate Fine is from Lathrop, Missouri, 6'2 and 200 pounds. His last outing was on Saturday when he threw in relief. No decision, 2 innings pitched, no runs, no walks, 4 strikeouts in 7 batters faced, so he threw very well on Saturday.
And he's slowly becoming one of the better pitchers on this Pirates team.
And Spanberg goes down swinging, so a good sign for Nate Fine. So in the top of the first inning, 1 out. Tyler Palmer will be the hitter. Tyler's hitting .407. He has 7 home runs, 35 runs knocked in. Tyler Palmer and Corey Palmer, the starting pitcher, as far as I know, are not related, except for the last name being the same. Tyler is from Columbus Scotus High School in Columbus, Nebraska. He's a D1 recruit, mid to upper D1 recruits. And with numbers like .407 with 7 dingers, yeah. And that one got him, I think, right on the hip, hit by pitch, and Southeast has a man aboard. So 1 out, and Tyler Palmer is at first base. Now, he's another guy, Jaden, that will really run a lot. 17 of 19 stolen bases. This team is 112 out of 140 stolen base attempts. So we'll want to watch as our pitchers try to keep them close and control the running game. That's an 80% success rate, by the way.
And we'll see how many throws over to first we'll get today.
Max Peterson, a redshirt freshman, is the DH, and that one misses just outside. Max Peterson is a transfer from the University of Nebraska. So they've got some connections there when players are looking for a place to go besides the D1 school. They've got 2 University of Nebraska transfers and a University of Omaha transfer, another D1 school in Nebraska. Peterson has 8 homers, 38 RBI, and a .351 average. And that one's in there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Just underway here, top of the first inning. 2 7-inning games here today from Burley Grimes Field in Trenton, Missouri. Nate Fine on the hill for the Pirates. Peterson might have gotten hit himself. He did on the inside elbow. He's hit by a pitch. And this is looking like trouble for Nate Fine.
Yeah, kind of an uncharacteristic thing. 2 back-to-back hit by pitches, and it's just maybe the wind's a little bit of a factor. He's trying to compensate for it a little bit, but I don't know.
So Fine working himself into a little jam here, facing the impressive Tyler Bishop, a redshirt freshman, hitting .426, 17 homers, 59 RBI in 44 games. And looks at a pitch down low. Del Rosario and Rutherford up the middle. Look for a double play ball. Mudd and Quint are on the corners. Quint playing way off the bag at first. And Daniel Mendez catching. A big cut by Tyler Bishop. Bishop is from Lincoln, Nebraska, went to North Star High School, one of the new schools in Nebraska. I say new, relatively speaking. I think it's right around 20 years old now.
Same age as me. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. There go the runners. I told you they like to run. It's a ball, and the throw gets away, and it's going to be 1-0 Southeast. So Mendez throws it into the dirt. It'll be a stolen base and an error, allowing Palmer to score. And behind him, moving all the way to third base, is Max Peterson.
Yeah, and that's something that I was going to mention earlier, but I didn't want to jinx it. But the threat of someone being able to steal bases on you is pretty intimidating.
It's huge, yeah.
And so I could feel that might happen a lot today.
1-0 with one out here in the early going. And still Bishop at the plate with a count of 1 ball, 1 strike. Fine to the plate. And that might stay in play today on the wind blowing in, but is wide of that outfield restraining fence by about 10 feet. Wind blowing from first base to left field. And as I said, boy, Southeast really put on a show in batting practice. One of those where if you're the other coach, you'd say, boys, don't watch this.
Yeah, let's not try to ruin our confidence.
Yeah.
Let's not lose this game before we play it.
1-0 Southeast. That ball's going to be deep enough to score the runner for sure. Brandt going back, and Brandt running out of room. And like I said, this Southeast team can rake. It's a 2-run home run for Tyler Bishop. And it's a 3-0 lead for Southeast as they capitalize here quickly.
And with the wind blowing out to left, that one was about as dead center as you're going to get.
Yes, it was. And we don't see a whole lot of balls hit here to dead center field. But 3-0 Southeast for Avery Moore. That's homer number 18 and RBI number 61 for Bishop. That's pretty fair. You know?
Yeah, that's
45-game season. Holy cow. Spread that over 162 games and see what kind of numbers you get. Moore is hitting .358. He only has 8 home runs and 39 RBI. By the way, the leader for the Pirates has 4 home runs. Toward Mudd, looking over toward Quinton, right on the money for out number 2.
Well, a very much needed out number 2 right there after giving up the long ball and getting an immediate out. It's pretty nice.
The wind will affect things. You're going to hear it's working over our microphone again today. It seems like it's been a very windy spring.
Probably one of the more windy seasons than I remember, but
yeah. Elliot Peterson, the freshman catcher, is the hitter with nobody on base, and Southeast putting up 3 in the first inning.
Yeah, well, we had some pretty windy games last season, but we'd either have no wind or it'd be basically a tornado outside.
Yeah, right. Fooled him a little bit, and now the count goes to 0-2. Leon Parks, 9 years at the Beatrice, Nebraska school. Of course, I spent a lot of time in Nebraska. We talked about how the wind is so much, typically blows harder in Nebraska, but he says this year it's been a little bit easier there and harder here. That has a chance to fall in, and it does in front of Brandt, and it'll be a long single for Elliot Peterson.
Yeah, and with the wind today, a lot of those hits that go over to the right center field or just center field pretty much stay on a line. And it's going to be a little weird to see for some outfielders because they're used to it kind of hooking a little bit, but I'm not going to really see a whole lot of that.
So 2 hits in the first inning for Southeast. By the way, both of those hit by pitches come around to score. And Landon Gozer takes the ball inside, a .314 hitter. Gozer is a sophomore. 2 homers, 20 RBI. Looking to pick up another run here with a 2-out hit. And close but safe, says Clifton Glideway, the field umpire, working with, again, Jim Wentworth behind the plate, rather.
It was a good throw there by Fine. It was very close.
And again, that running game can put a lot of pressure on the pitcher, so there's a good-looking breaking ball. Delay steal, and the throw by Mendez has him beat by a mile. The tag is put on by Rutherford, and the caught stealing will end the inning. So a nice play defensively by the Pirates as they are able to handle the delay steal, and they get out of the inning, but they've given up 3 here as we go to the bottom of the first.
We want the side of your fingerprints, and like we want not just the pad, but I want the sides, because if we were to fingerprint this or we were to dust this, it's unlikely that we find a solid, perfect fingerprint. But what we will find is a partial fingerprint. I'm going to push on one side right here, and I'm going to roll it over.
Pirate baseball this afternoon. The Pirates are down 3-0, giving up 2 hits and 3 runs. 2 hit batters, and the home run by Tyler Bishop has Southeast out to a 1-0 lead, and the Pirates coming to the plate for the first time, facing Corey Palmer. Palmer has a 2-0 record with 1 save and a very impressive 1.98 ERA over 13 2/3 innings. This is his 8th appearance of the year and his 3rd start as he takes the hill against North Central Missouri College. Lane Rutherford will be the leadoff hitter. The sophomore plays second base today. Hagan McGarrah, the left fielder, the freshman, is next. Then Bailey Quint, who's resting his arm, I think, a little bit at first base today and hitting third, had a big weekend at Heston. Edward Valoria has moved up in the order since the last time we saw the Pirates. He's hitting cleanup as his bat starts to get more and more warm this spring. Then Kendall Rivero, a sophomore, will be designated hitter today. Keaton Mudd plays third base, hits 6th. Daniel Mendez is the number 7 hitter. Reynel Del Rosario is the shortstop and hitting 8th. And the number 9 hitter is Rollins Brandt, the center fielder. So here's Rutherford, who's hitting .299 on the year, facing Corey Palmer. And that's laced towards center in front of Gertis and going to fall in, and that's a good way to start it. 1 pitch and a hit for the Pirates. So Rutherford on, Hagan McGarrah is next. Defensively, Elliot Peterson is the catcher for the Storm. At third base, Landon Gozer. The shortstop is Tyler Palmer. The second baseman, Drew Borner, and the first baseman, Tyler Bishop. In the outfield, Avery Moore in left, Tyson Gertis, you saw him in center a moment ago, and now the second baseman has it. Borner in the middle. They'll try to turn it over, but they are going to call out, I think, on the slide, and it's a double play. They're going to call the interference on Rutherford's slide, so it's a double play that goes 4-6-3, and Rutherford is down.
Yeah, he took a hard fall. He got tripped up there, and I think landed right on his knees.
Yeah, he went after that pivot man in the middle, and maybe that effort hurt him a little bit. So quickly 2 outs for the Pirates after the leadoff single by Rutherford. That's erased with a double play. Bailey Quint had a big weekend, as we said, in Kansas last weekend, and he is the hitter. He's leading the Pirates with a .376 average. The sophomore and the second-year pitcher, Corey Palmer, meet up here, and it's a strike. Palmer is one of the two-way guys going to see some work today. He's a position player as well. And the Pirates lace one into right field, and that'll drop in for Quint as they come out swinging the bats well. And they had a great big weekend this weekend, swinging the bats extremely well against Heston. Pirates over the weekend had, I believe it was 46 hits in 4 games. Palmer got a double play after Rutherford singled, and now Quint at first base. Valoria strike 1.
Yeah, the Pirates definitely came out here and swinging at a lot of the first pitches here.
Pirates, we were talking about the running game of the Storm. The Pirates have stolen 71 of 93. That's 76%. They just don't run as often. That'll move the runner, though, to second base. And it'll be a pass ball on the catcher, Elliot Peterson. So North Central down by 3, and Valoria at the plates. He has 17 RBI, has a chance to score that run with a base hit. And Palmer to the plate. 1-2. Kendall Rivero will hit next if Valoria can reach base safely. That's a little looper, but the shortstop Palmer is there, and Tyler Palmer grabs it for the third out of the inning. A couple of hits for the Pirates, but one was erased with that interference double play. And after one inning, Southeast leads it 3-0.
Hi, this is Whitney Trump, Director of Regional Programs for North Central Missouri College. If you're a high school student, you have the opportunity to gain college credit while still in your high school classroom. Through the dual credit program, your high school instructors are teaching college level classes at a reduced tuition rate of $100 a credit hour. Contact your high school guidance counselor or me, Whitney Trump, Director of Regional Programs, for more information.
2 7-inning games today, and then Friday's game has been changed to a doubleheader against Moberly. They're going to swap the doubleheader that was scheduled for Saturday with a single game. So now the single game will be played Saturday, doubleheader Friday, and the doubleheader on Friday starts at 2 o'clock here at Burley Grimes. Through the first inning, each team has 2 hits, but the difference is the 2-run home run for Tyler Bishop and the double play turned by Southeast on an interference call when Rutherford slid too hard into the shortstop Tyler Palmer. So Nathan Fine will go back to work, down 3-0. We were talking a little bit about softball. Golf is going toward their district playoffs. The women's golf district is Saturday in Illinois, and the men will start their district next Thursday. Of course, we've got a lot of things going on as we head toward graduation. The graduation ceremonies are on the 6th of May, and the finals of the regional softball tournament will be here in Trenton, same day. Fine to face Landon Gozer, who was at the plate when Peterson was thrown out, trying to steal on a delay steal. Mendez threw him out. Gozer again, a .314 hitter. The 0-1 pitch toward Valoria in right. It'll blow away from him, but he's got plenty of speed and length to cover that up, and there's one out. Valoria with Brandt and Magara in the outfield. Mudd plays third base today with Del Rosario at short, Rutherford at second, Bailey Quint at first, and Mendez, we mentioned him, catching and did a great job throwing out Elliot Peterson to end the inning. Drew Borner, the second baseman, takes a strike. This guy really put on a show during batting practice. The ball was just jumping off his bat. You know, there's some guys that just have whatever it is, bat speed, whatever, to make the ball jump. He makes the ball jump. That one jumps toward right field and foul territory as it'll stay well within the reach of Bailey Quint for the second out. Does the ball jump off your bat like that?
No.
You've never had that? Neither have I. To me, when I was hitting, it was more like I was pushing the ball. That's how slow my bat was.
And yeah, the only thing I ever did was constantly hit Oppo tacos.
That's great. That's great. Tyson Gerdes hits for the Storm. And lines one to left field. Let's see how fast he is, if he'll want to challenge Magara, and he's going to put on the brakes at first base as Magara gets it into Rutherford. So Gerdes has the third hit of the day for Southeast here early in this game. And it goes back to Danny Sponberg, who struck out swinging against Fine in the first inning. The big blow is the 2-run homer by Tyler Bishop. That's a well-placed bunt. Let's see if Mudd can make the play. He's not even going to try it. And a bunt single for Spanberg.
Yeah, that one is put in a tough spot where Fine really couldn't get a nice angle to it, and then Mudd really had to come running up for it.
There are 2 or 3 Bermuda triangles, maybe 4 on a baseball field. That's one of them. If you can get the ball to be in that area, you've got to almost no worry, no doubt base hit. Tyler Palmer was hit by a pitch and scored on an error. Nathan Fine works against Palmer. Palmer had a stolen base. The error came when Mendez threw the ball into the dirt at third base trying to get the runner. And right down the middle. Nathan Fine, 2-2 this year, 20 1/3 innings coming in, his third start of the year. Good looking ball on the inside corner, and Palmer takes a shot at that one. It's 1-2. This is the third time I've seen Nate pitch, and I've been fairly impressed with what he can do. He said he pitched very well on Saturday at Heston. There go the runners again, and it's fouled back. Deion Parks in his 9th year. His brother Tyson is the assistant coach. His dad, Dan, is also part of the coaching staff. I don't believe he's here today. Trevor Varley works with the pitchers. Dan was a very successful high school football coach. That's out of play. And so Deion said as a kid they moved around a lot. High school coaches tend to do that. And lived in several places around Nebraska. But has settled in at Southeast. Boy, they're having a good year too. They're 34-10. Just missed it. Nate's doing a good job controlling his emotions, but I know he wanted that one big time. Gerdes at second and Spanberg at first for Southeast. Tyson Palmer waiting for a 2-2 pitch. Now the pickoff with Rutherford, but not in time. Might have seen Rutherford, a pitch or two, make that move also when Fine left him hanging out to dry, out of position on that timing move. And yanked across the strike zone. The count goes 3-2. So both runners will be moving on the pitch. Palmer hitting .407 this year. Would love to see one come right down the middle to him on 3-2. But what hitter would not? Oh, and that's coming right to his backside, and he is 2 for 2 and being hit by a pitch.
Yeah, not really his day. That's
no. So the third hit batter by Fine in an inning and 2/3. And Nathan Fine's going to have to regroup a little bit. Max Peterson also hit by a pitch, scored on the home run right behind him by Tyler Bishop, who waits on deck. Nothing Southeast. They have 3 hits and 3 hit batters. Good location for that, and Peterson tried to pull it and missed. Mendez with the signs from behind the plate. And the 0-2. Got him! And a big strikeout of Max Peterson will end the inning, and Nate Fine wiggles out of a bases-loaded jam. He gives up a couple of hits and hits a batter, and it was looking ugly, but he comes up with a big strikeout here at the end to send Southeast back out onto the field. We're back in a moment.
NCMC's Business and Technology Department asked our students, what's important to you?
I want the latest tech. I want to have fun.
I want instructors who care.
And the great thing is, here at North Central Missouri College, you get all of that in our Business and Technology Department and a whole lot more. So check us out online at ncmissouri.edu. North Central Missouri College, the small school empowering your big dreams.
Our Central Missouri College baseball today, produced by Pirates Digital Media. Jaden Barner is with us today. I am Rick Cole, and the Southeast Storm leads it 3-0. The Pirates, Kendall Rivero will lead it off. Pirates with a team batting average of .291, but boy, they hit the ball well over the weekend. And they're hoping to build on that as their offensive numbers have kind of correlated with the number of wins they've been able to get. Remember, this is a team that started 0-12. So they have won 16 out of their last 26. Corey Palmer did not walk anybody, did not strike out anybody, got a double play ball when interference was called on Lane Rutherford sliding into second. Rivero hitting .316 with a homer this year. That one's hit pretty well. The center fielder, Gertis, doesn't have to go very far. He was right at him, and there's one out. So well hit by Rivero, and nothing to show for it. Keaton Mudd will be the hitter. Mudd's hitting .333. Keaton is from Lathrop, the same place that starting pitcher Nate Fine is from. Lathrop High School, the home of the,
The Mules, I think, right?
You're exactly right. Exactly right. Mudd to be followed by Daniel Mendez, the catcher. Elliot Peterson catching for Southeast. One ball, one strike. Pirates had 2 hits in the first inning. Rutherford lined one on the first pitch of the inning to center. Then Magara's ground ball to the second baseman turned into a 4-6-3 double play. And then after that, Bailey Quint had a single. But the Pirates weren't able to put anything on the scoreboard, and 3-0 it remains. That'll be foul. Donnie Hillerman, the head coach of the Pirates in his 16th year with Ryan Suttonfield and pitching coach Jared Fry. Ryan is more of the pitching coach. That's lofted toward Gertis, who's been busy so far today. And 2 outs.
A lot of fly balls hit right into the center field today.
Yeah, that's where most of this stuff has gone, with the exception of that including that long home run that was hit dead center field by Bishop, who leads off next inning for Southeast. Mendez hitting .306 this season. The sophomore catcher has a home run and 10 RBI. And Palmer spikes that one. It's 1-1. Gozer at third base with Bishop at first base. Palmer and Borner up the middle at short and second. Moore, Gertis, and Sponberg across the outfield left to right. 2 balls and a strike. The president of North Central Missouri College is Dr. Lenny Claver, a long, tall right-hander in the day. There's a good-looking breaking ball. The inside corner for a strike.
Yeah,
Nate Gammett is our athletic director.
Yeah, Dr. Claver's he's a pretty cool guy.
He could bring it too. He was a big power pitcher. They call him Dr. K here. He was known as Dr. K on the mound too.
Hopefully wasn't known as Dr. K on the plate, hopefully.
Yeah. There's that breaking ball again. This one's a little bit short, and it misses inside, so the Pirates have a 2-out walk as Mendez will go to first. So Mendez draws the walk, and Del Rosario comes to the plate. Raynel Del Rosario hitting .241, 2 homers and 12 RBI. He had a home run against Keston. That came in the 3rd game of the series, the 4-game series. Out of play, strike 1. Pirates have had plenty of base runners. 2 hits, now a walk. Over less than 2 innings, but double play really hurts. See if we can get something going here against Corey Palmer. Now a little bit of a delay steal by the Pirates, and out at second base is going to be Mendez as he is thrown out with a little delay steal. So each team has tried that delayed steal, and each of the opponent's catchers have been up to the task. And the Pirates come up empty on the scoreboard again, 3-0 after 2 innings.
I chose to attend North Central because it was a great deal with A+, and I really liked the campus. I liked the smaller setting. I volunteered at my church quite a bit, and I also volunteered at Pershing Elementary over the summer for summer school, and I also did a peer tutoring thing for my high school. I plan to either attend Missouri Western or Northwest and major in education.
And here at Burley Grimes Field in Trenton, Missouri, the Pirates haven't done a whole lot on the scoreboard, but Nate Fine out here on the mound trying to keep just the 3 runs instead of trying to keep it there. Of course, the wind and the long ball could be a big factor. We'll see how it goes.
3 runs on 4 hits for Southeast after 2 innings. No runs on 2 hits for the Pirates. One of the big factors, though, has been those 3 hit-by pitches by Fine, 2 of which have scored.
Well, and the guy that hit the long ball, Bishop, is about to come back up once again.
Good to see him coming up with nobody on base, though.
Yeah, if he's going to hit another one, at least it's just him and not, bases loaded or somebody.
His 18th home run of the year was to dead center field, and it drove across the 60th and 61st RBI of the year for him, so he's legit.
Yeah, one could say he's having a pretty stellar season.
Yeah. He hit a home run against McCook in the first game of their series last weekend. And this is a team that can hit home runs, 61 of them now on the year.
Yeah, this team is they're seeing the ball pretty well. So we'll see if Fine can kind of get back into a groove again. He's been pitching really well as of late. So there's one hit into center field, and that one is gone once again.
Wow.
So 2 home runs for Bishop on the day, and luckily nobody was on base for this one. It'll be 4-0. And the Storm are really bringing the rain today. And again, the replay there. I mean, that one was an absolute no-doubter. And again, center field, once it's quite interesting. Again, the wind is blowing out to left, so little weird that we're seeing a lot of center field stuff today.
But like I said, during batting practice, especially for Southeast, the ball was really jumping.
That pitch outside to Moore. And again, it's going to be tough for this Pirates pitching with a lineup that has got so much pop to their bat as this one. You're really trying to get a lot of grounders. You're trying to get everything low, but sometimes it's a little hard. And the pitch on its way is hit hard into left, and that one is gone also.
Wow.
So back-to-back homers to start out this inning, and now it's 5-0 for the Storm.
For Avery Moore, that's homer number 9 on the year.
So how about that one? Not a fun start for Fine, but Southeast lineup is enjoying this pretty nice. And that one there, another pretty well, no doubt, just a line drive into left field. So that brings up Elliot Peterson. And, he's got quite the people in front of him. 2 homers precede him there, and so he's going to have to do something else cool if he wants to kind of show him up. But for the Pirates' sake, let's hope he doesn't.
He's quite capable. He has 8 home runs this year.
That one outside. So Fine really not trying to get anything into the zone right now, really trying to get them to chase, but these are pretty disciplined batters, and then no outs here. That one, grounder to Del Rosario, and over to first is safe at first. They said it took him off the bag, so a runner and Elliott going to be at first. And it was kind of a long throw to make, but took Quint right off the bag. He really had to stretch for it. So Elliott gets on. And that one gets past Mendez, and Peterson's going to head to second.
3 hits in the inning now, including the infield single by Peterson.
So they are leading off the top of the third here pretty well. Again, no outs, and Fine really trying to get back into something here. That one just caught the corner of the plate for a strike.
Boy, and the wind is really whipping through the backstop right now. You look out at the umpire in the field and look at his pants blowing there.
I'm sure it feels nice out there, though. That one hit into the gap in right center field. Catch is going to be made. Now the throw over to third is going to be well off the mark. But that's out number 1 of the inning so far.
Good arm by Rosario. Viloria rather, as he made that throw toward Rosario, but it was off the mark a little bit.
Yeah, he put a lot of mustard on that one to get it over. So the first out of the inning there. And Borner at bat right now.
There's a little piece of trash blowing across the diamond, or else it's a very small player, but I think it's a piece of trash, and it's going right toward left field.
And there's a ball that's heading into left center field, and it will drop, and another run will score as they finally get the ball rattled up out there, and it looks like Del Rosario is down in some pain in the outfield.
That will go as a hustle double and an RBI for the hitter Borner.
So it's 7-0 for the Storm, and Del Rosario is holding his knee out there. He, again, a shortstop today, and went running out there to try to go get that one. Drew Borner is at second. And, you just got to hope that Del Rosario is all right. He's popped up right there. And he's going to do a little high knees, and he seems to be like he's going to be okay. So that's a good sign for the Pirates. I didn't entirely see what happened to him, but he looks like he'll stay out there. And so Borner at second. And Gertis is at the plate. My apologies, it's a 6-0 ball game, not 7-0, if I may have miscounted some things there, but getting pretty used to making a lot of mistakes.
Well, in 3 innings, that's a lot of runs.
Indeed it is. Only one out here in the top of the third. It's been a rough start to this inning for Fine, but nice swing and a miss there. So 2-1 count here to Gertis. Spongberg is on deck. And the runner going to third, and the throw is going to get away, and now he's going to head home. So now it is 7-0. And once again, with the threat of the runners for Southeast, it really makes some of these throws get a little rushed. And unfortunately, the Pirates have done that twice now.
And that goes as a stolen base plus the throwing error on Mendez.
And so now a 2-2 will fall outside. And we mentioned in the pregame that this team they've done a lot of scoring, and again, the wins have shown that. We'll see how much longer we are in this inning. That one's a liner to center field, and the catch will be made out there by Brandt. And that's out number 2. So that brings back up Danny Spongberg, who's out right today. And he'll look to continue this inning for Southeast. And as for Nate Fine, he's going to try to get out of this one without any more damage. That one popped up, but it's going to be foul. As everybody watches it go foul, and we're set to do it again at 0-1. And that one on the outside edge, and it'll be a ball. And a foul ball, foul tip. And it'll be strike 2 now to Spongberg. Tyler Palmer is on deck. We'll see if Fine can get the out here. And that one is going to drop for ball 2. And it's very quiet all of a sudden here at Burley Grimes. The energy kind of taken away a little bit. And another one outside, 3-2. So a full count to Spongberg. And a nice out here would hopefully give some confidence back to Fine or something. Unfortunate outing so far for him today, as there's a swing and a miss and a strikeout. So the inning finally ends, but 4 runs come across for the Storm. We'll be back with the Pirates when we come back.
Hi, this is Whitney Trump, Director of Regional Programs for North Central Missouri College. Did you know that NCMC offers dual credit classes online? These classes are $100 a credit hour and are taught by NCMC full-time faculty. The best part is that these courses are taught only to dual credit students, so your peers in these online sections are high school students just like you. You have the opportunity to take these classes in a comfortable setting at your very own high school. There are an assortment of gen ed classes available to you online, and you can take these with both your peers at your current high school or those in surrounding high schools. Contact your high school guidance counselor or me, Whitney Trump, Director of Regional Programs, for more information. You can contact me at 660-357-6318 or shoot me an email at wtrump@mail.ncmissouri.edu.
Back here at Burley Grimes, the Pirates find themselves in a bit of a hole. After 4 runs come across in the top of the 3rd inning, the Pirates haven't done a whole lot on the field. They really have struggled to get a hit against Corey Palmer today, and we'll see what Del Rosario can do to lead off the inning. He was part of a play out in the outfield where he got hurt, but appears to be A-OK. And we'll get ready to start here in the bottom of the 3rd. And that one hit into center field. That one going back to the wall, and it's going to be caught just by the warning track for out number 1. So Del Rosario swinging at the first pitch, and it's out number 1. Seen a lot of that today. Seen a lot of the first pitch swings. So that brings up Brant. And he'll put down a bunt attempt, but it'll go foul. Brant playing center field today. Has an 0-1 count right now. And awaits the pitch. And it's down low for ball 1. Wind kind of picking up a little bit more as the game continues. There's a strike called there. And Palmer has been pretty flawless with his pitches today. The nice execution has gotten the Pirates pretty well. That one upstairs a little bit. Rutherford is on deck. Magera behind him. And a walk to Brant. And that's how this inning will get started. So up comes Lane Rutherford, playing second today. Was involved in a double play as he was trying to get to second, and an interference call. And that one called strike. Again, Palmer looking to try to get another double play. That one got pretty close to hitting Rutherford. And it's ball 1, 1-1. With number 1 at first. A lot of ones, how about that?
Never seen that happen before.
And that one, a little floater into center field, and a catch will be made out there for round number 2. Tyson Gertis hasn't really had to move a whole lot out there. The ball's just coming right toward him.
He already has 3 putouts today, and I'm looking at the other side of the ledger. And I know that Brant has caught 1 at least. Thought it was more than that, so.
Well, so a lot of them have come to him, but have unfortunately gone a little past them. But
yeah, 500 feet away from home plate, they landed.
Magera at bat for the Pirates. That one hit hard, but well foul. Both teams have hit the ball. Not a lot of strikeouts so far, not a lot of kind of fouling out or anything, but both teams have really sent the ball flying. Of course, with the wind, it's not hard, but
interesting. 3 of the Storm have struck out, but the Pirates haven't struck out yet. The Storm's been hitting the ball all over the lot.
And Brant will take second. So 2-1 the count here to Magera. Runner on second with 2 outs. The 3-1. And another one fouled off. So 3-2. Pirates needing something here. Just a hit to continue the inning would be nice. And that one fouled back. If Magera can get on, Bailey Quint would be the next batter. The 3-2 is upstairs, and that's a walk. So we will indeed see Bailey Quint. He has runners on first and second. With 2 outs here in the inning. And a swinging strike there. Runners thought about maybe moving up, decided not to. That one outside. Now the throw going to second. A little behind. And Brant is safe. So 1-1. And that one popped up. Playable. And the catch will be made out there by Bishop. And that ends the inning. So the Pirates leave 2 stranded. And the Storm coming back up.
The Agriculture and Natural Resources program is designed for students who wish to pursue a career in the areas of agribusiness or management of natural resources. The program focuses on general planning, economics and the use of facilities, natural resources, equipment, labor, and capital to produce plant and animal products. Instruction is provided at the main campus here at NCMC and the Elizabeth and Arthur Barton Farm Campus and internship sites. We also offer certificate programs in ag business, crop production, equine management, livestock management, and ag mechanics.
Back here at Burley Grimes, the Storm have really had their way in this game so far. 7-0 as we head to the top of the 4th. We got a new pitcher. Looks like we're going to be getting Hunter Eichhoff.
Yeah, we saw Hunter in the Missouri Valley doubleheader when he threw, I think it was 1 inning in that doubleheader. Hunter has no record, has a 6.10 ERA after 10 1/3 innings. This is his 8th appearance on the hill this year. He's given up 16 hits, 7 earned runs, walking 4 and striking out 11 in those 10 1/3 innings. Hunter Eichhoff again, no record.
And he'll be facing off against Tyler Palmer, the shortstop for the Storm today. And they'll also be facing off against Max Peterson and Tyler Bishop, who has been a very dangerous man.
He has, and all of these bats are very dangerous, and the 7-0 score kind of reflects that with, 2 home runs, the 2 by Bishop, I guess, and 1 more by Avery Moore. So, yeah, they have hit the ball well. They've hit it a long way, and now we'll see what Hunter Eichhoff can do. Nate Fine is the pitcher of record for the Pirates. He goes 3 innings, 7 runs allowed on 8 hits. He didn't walk anybody, but hit 3, and that was a big part of the story. And he struck out 3, 2 errors made behind him led to runs.
So we'll see how he fares against this Storm lineup.
They are imposing, aren't they? They
Oh, yeah.
came in hitting .345 with 60 home runs, and now 3 more home runs today.
Again, they're a good combination of speed and power. They've got the runners to get on base and do a lot of damage there, but the bats are equally as dangerous. And Eichhoff's first pitch is on the way. And it's going to be a bunt. Mudd comes up for it, and he's safe at first. There's another one. A throw to first, just not quite enough. So the leadoff runner is on with a nice bunt. And so that'll bring up Max Peterson, the DH. Of course, behind him is Bishop, who, again, the home run seems to be pretty evident for him, and you don't want to have a whole lot of people on base for him. The one runner now at first. Peterson with a 1-0 count. That one called a ball 2. Kind of a quiet Wednesday afternoon here in Trenton. Class is getting closer to ending. We've only got, I believe, about a week and a half left, if I remember correctly.
Are you getting that graduation fever yet that a lot of sophomores get?
Kind of. I don't feel any. I mean, I had the one graduation after high school, and after that, it just kind of felt like, just kind of, I've always been ready for the next thing. And that one down low, it's 3-1. Now to Max Peterson. Yeah, I know finals week are coming up the May 1st to the 4th. So, all my fellow sophomores, good luck with that.
You get nervous for tests?
Always.
Really?
I am a terrible test taker. Always have been.
I was always terrible at getting tests back. Taking them back, I could do that all day. Getting them back and seeing the results, that was scary.
Yeah, that was seeing what numbers on that page is a little tough.
That's a foul ball.
So a full count here to Peterson. But, maybe to take some stress. I am going to the NFL draft, so that maybe will... It could screw me over. I could forget about the finals entirely. And
do you think you have a chance to be picked in one of the early rounds?
Maybe. We'll see. I would like to. There's a hard hit grounder into right field, and Peterson is on with a base hit. But yeah, I think I'm thinking probably number 2 overall at least. I think I got a good arm enough. I think I could save the Texans franchise a little bit.
I think that's great.
If not, my stellar speed will definitely be killer for him. And Bishop, I mean, he's a dangerous man. A couple home runs already, and that one hit hard into left center field. That one will stay in the park, however. That one gets over the glove of Del Rosario, and 2 runs will score. So it's not a home run, but it is a double.
He didn't miss it by much, my friend.
No, he did not miss it by much, and I was for sure thought he was about to get another home run, and I was, ooh.
Well, as it stands, he has a double, 2 home runs, and he has driven in 5 now.
Yeah, how about an afternoon for him? It doesn't matter who's pitching to him, he's going to find a way. And a hefty swing and a miss for Moore. Elliot Peterson is on deck.
3rd hit in the inning and 11 hits now overall for Southeast.
And there's a nice strike from Eichhoff, and it's 0-2. So coming back with some heat here. You can tell that hit he really did not like that one at all. And that one hit well foul.
I'm just thinking to myself, I must not be much of a competitor, because if I was playing the outfield, I would just be glad it stayed in the park.
Well, you could tell that Brandt was out there really trying to see if it was going to go, but I guess in a fortunate way for the Pirates, it's 1 less run that's on the board, but that one skips up well high, and Bishop could have taken a nice little stroll over to third, probably could have bought some coffee by the time that ball came down.
That'll be a wild pitch charge to Hunter Eichhoff.
Yeah, that one really just skipped right up off the glove of Mendez, and yeah, if we're talking about some hang time, that one was probably up there for a good 3 seconds.
Yeah. You know, that front lip of the plate will do that sometimes if you hit it just right, but I think more it rolled up the arms of Mendez.
That one fouled right back. Yeah, and baseball is such a weird sport sometimes when the ball will do the most random of things, and you're just like, how in the world?
Mm-hmm.
But that's why you like baseball, because you never know what in the world is going to happen. Nice swing and a miss there, and it's a strikeout. So out number 1 in the inning. And a nice way to come back after allowing the double for Eichhoff. So what comes Elliot Peterson. That one inside. He's facing Eichhoff for the first time today. Game 1 of a doubleheader today. That one well outside. Mendez had to trap that one. Bishop at third after the wild pitch from Eichhoff at the last at-bat. We'll see if Peterson can drive him home. There's a grounder, a hopper to Rutherford. He'll go over to first as Quint cannot get that one.
Boy, that really hurts, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Not much you can do to keep the run from scoring, but boy, to get that second out. I'm going to give the error to Rutherford on a bad throw.
Yeah, Quint tried to dig that one out of the dirt to the best of his abilities, but just was not happening.
I really thought that Quint had dug it out, and it was a nice play on both sides, but it just wasn't to be. 3 errors now on the Pirates.
That one fouled back, and the plays at first have really been a problem for the Pirates. Some long throws over from short and second of just either pulling Quint off the bag or has to try to dig it out of the dirt. As the wind really picks up there, a nice big gust took some infield dirt. There's a strike. Bottom middle part of the plate. And it's 0-2 now. Landon Gosier. Eichhoff looks over at first and brings the pitch home. And it's just outside for ball 1. So the Storm have found no shortage of hits, and the runs have really followed. And now the throw over to first, but runner back in time. Bishop has really been a key factor for the Storm today. He's got a couple home runs, obviously the double that just came up in this inning. That one well outside. Eichhoff looking to get the strikeout here. And he got it. He caught Gosier looking, and that's the second strikeout for him in this inning.
Pirate pitching has struck out 4 now, make it 5. So they've gotten some outs that way, and they've been able to set back a couple of hitters that way, but boy, it's just everything else that's happened in between.
It's that in between, man, it's really getting to them. So that brings up Drew Borner. Runner on first. And Mendez has to go tracking that one. But yeah, the strikeouts have been there for the Pirates. Say, was it 5 now that they've gotten? But yeah, that in between is a little murky. It's the other plays that have hurt them. There's one that's well inside. There's at least a full inning of outs that could have gotten him out of some of those plays at first. I mean, it's
right.
just small mistakes that have really set the Pirates back here. And that one hit hard into left center field, and Brandt comes over to make the catch. And that finally ends the inning, but more runs come across. The Pirates looking to do something here when we come back.
Hi, my name is Ethan Hare. My hometown was Hale, Missouri, and I went to Hale R1 school. Take any help I can get to help pay for my college. And so my school offered it, and I just had to do tutoring hours, etc. And it was just something I wanted to do to be successful for my future. A+ is really important for college students because it takes a tremendous weight off your shoulders.
Here at Burley Grimes on Pirates Digital Media, the Pirates trail 10-0 as we enter the bottom of the 4th. Palmer is having an absolute day against the Pirates lineup. We'll see if maybe the Pirates can change a bit of their fortunes here, as they've got a lot of work to do.
Yes, they do. And we have some more work to do ourselves, as we'll be here for the second game today, then 2 games on Friday, 1 game on Saturday, and then baseball next Wednesday as well. State Fair comes in for a single game at 2 o'clock a week from today.
As we get kind of closer to the ending of the school year for college, and the seasons are going to start winding down for both softball and baseball. That first pitch is down low to Valoria. Coming up in this inning, Valoria, Rivero, and Keaton Mudd. And Mendez if things go right. That one popped up, and catch will be made. And that's out number 1.
Talk about right up the chute, boy. That was straight up.
Yeah, that one, Peterson really just kind of got up from his stance and took a couple steps to his left, and there he was. So a quick out number 1. The Pirates have unfortunately done a lot of that. so far through the 4 innings. That one well outside for Rivero. And that one down low. So 2 errant pitches from Palmer. And another one inside. So he's really pitching Rivero kind of close here at this at-bat. Whether that's intentional or just sort of a product of what's happening. It's a 4-pitch walk, however. And so that brings up Keaton Mudd.
Kendall Rivero leads the team in on-base percentage. Doesn't have a whole lot of at-bats, but his percentage is real good, and he's on base again.
Yeah, speaking of the on-base percentage, I was watching Moneyball the other day.
That's a great movie.
That one fouled off, and man, it's, looking at how much of those players, the on-base percentage, how much that really matters to a lot of those teams. And yeah, man, I love that movie. It's always fun. You can watch it so many times, but it's just a great one.
And it's getting a little dated now as they have made some switches. Not all teams are believing in that system anymore. They're starting to go back a little bit to the feel-good system, but still there's so much valuable stuff in that movie.
There's a grounder foul just on the other side of the third base bag, but yeah, there's a lot of teams that we've seen throughout the history of the MLB that just they change a system a little bit. And it doesn't take much for it to just go right back to the way things were with baseball.
What's your favorite scene in that movie?
I think my favorite scene's where he trades away Pena so he can't play him at first in that game. As there's caught there by Borner for out number 2.
I love it. One of the first scenes when he's in talking to the table full of coaches and they're or scouts rather, and they're just not buying what he is saying at all. And I just think that's great because sometimes when you go into an organization, you got to make changes, and that's never easy. And I thought that was I enjoy that scene. I watch it a lot.
As there's a ball right past the third baseman in Gosier. And Mendez is on with a base hit.
And I'm going to rule that as an error, although my score is not official. I just felt that Gosier had a real chance to field that ball and kind of backhanded it.
Yeah, he really tried to do a little too much with that one.
A little bit, yeah.
Another good scene in that Moneyball is where he's talking about the team. He's like, here's good teams, there's great teams, and then there's about 50 foot of, then there's us.
Yeah. And if you're around sports long enough, you're going to be part of a team like that.
That one fouled off. Yeah, unfortunately, I am a Royals fan, so I have dealt with a lot of...
You know about that.
Yeah. Of course, my dad, a Cardinals fan, gives me a lot of flack for being...
Last time I looked, the Cardinals weren't so hot either.
This is the first time in a while I can be like, hey, you're not doing any better, buddy. There's a grounder to first and not a whole lot of movement there.
Well, I tell you, Tyler Bishop stayed back and let that ball come to him. If he would have come up, I think he would have had an easy out.
Yeah, that one, he should have just kind of just one of those you let go a little bit maybe. But
I think maybe he thought that it was going to stay fair past the bag and he'd have an easy out, but ends up going foul.
So we'll do it again here. That one gets away. The runners will stay put as Peterson really had some speed to get to that ball. 1-2 with 2 outs here in the inning. 2 runners on for the Pirates. 2 hits for the Pirates in the game so far. Two and two. And that's hit hard and past first base at Bishop. And now the bases are loaded.
Spanberg really showed off his arm there.
Yeah, that one.
He came up firing.
Yeah, Rivero over at third thought maybe coming home wasn't such a bad idea, but Spongberg got that one in.
2 outs, usually you would score. But I'm telling you what, one thing you can tell if an outfielder's got a great arm is what the ball does when it hits the turf, being relayed, coming to the plate, and that ball took off. It didn't slow down at all once it bounced.
And Brandt swings at the first pitch and fouls it off, but it feels like they really have tried to attack that first pitch from Palmer, and usually that's the best one you're going to find out of an at-bat, but at the same time, it could also be the most deceptive one you see at that at-bat. Here is a strike, and it's 0-2.
Brandt is from Fawcett, Missouri, 5'9".
There's a foul tip right back off the helmet of Peterson. When we get to talking about baseball movies, there's For the Love of the Game is
I like that
was
one.
a good one.
Yep, I like that one a lot. I think it's really underrated.
Good old Kevin Costner, and it's really kind of funny because it kind of goes into the head of what some pitchers are thinking out there. I went outside, and
I don't think there's ever been a completely realistic baseball movie, but that one's pretty good.
Yeah, that one's a nice one. There's a grounder over to Bishop and over to first, and that ends the inning. So a bases loaded jam for Palmer, and he gets out of it. Nothing done, and the Storm are going to come right back up here in the top of the fifth.
The NCMC Library is a great place to come to study, to relax. If you come into our library, we have about 32,000 books for you to check out, and we have access to 35 million books for you. And you are welcome anytime to come in and make it your own.
We're back here with Pirates Baseball on Pirates Digital Media. The Storm have a 10-run lead as Eichhoff will come back out to pitch in this fifth inning. And it's been a bit of a rough go for the Pirates pitching today here in Game 1. Hopefully a little bit better pitching comes from the bullpen in Game 2 as we get closer to the ending of this one.
And time for another peek behind the curtain of Pirates Digital Media. We've had our problems this year with our cameras shaking in the wind, so we've gone to a new attachment system. They're kind of workbench clamps on the poles behind the backstop. That's good, but our center field camera is still suspended on a pole, but not by a clamp. In the outfield. So when we look at that picture over the pitcher's shoulder, it's shaking a lot because of the wind blowing right into that fence. So that's our last frontier, is trying to get that camera fixed as well.
I think all we need is some duct tape and zip ties. It usually fixes a lot of
things.
things.
Kind of want to take it down during the summer and the winter. So we have to be careful how, and plus we need to move them from time to time.
So the wind kind of picking up a little bit. Eichhoff, his first pitch, that will skip away, but no harm done, and it's 0-1.
Eichhoff in his first inning gave up 3 runs on 3 hits, didn't walk anybody, struck out 2, and there was an error by the Pirates, 1 of 3 today.
And that one well outside for ball 1. So Eichhoff really kind of had a rough go. He let up that double to Bishop, which, to his credit, at least it wasn't a home run. But still 2 runs come across, and it's been a rough day for the Pirates.
So far, things can turn around.
Yeah, it's quick. Baseball is a sport that, when we were talking about Moneyball, we saw the A's in that movie, they came back after, what was it, like 11 runs? Came back and won that game off of a Atterberg home run, if I remember correctly.
I think that's right.
There's some things I can remember in, very good detail, and there's some other things I feel like I have no idea what we're talking about. And that one, a strikeout, and that's out number 1.
And that's the third strikeout for Eichhoff, and 6 strikeouts of Storm players today. The thing is, coming to the plate is Spanberg. The thing about that movie, the one that really gets me, though, is the relationship between Billy Beane and his daughter. Because if you've ever been deeply, deeply involved in athletics, a coach or whatever, you know how much time and how hard it can be on your family.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody says that, but until you've lived it, it's very hard.
Yeah, my mom, growing up, she was a track coach, softball coach, basketball coach, so there was a lot of days where you just wouldn't see her sometimes. It's a bit rough, but of course, no. Out of the whole teaching and coaching gig, there's a good chance that she's listening today.
Oh, is that right? Well, hi. She works at North Central now. How's the job going?
She's enjoying it. She, of course, again, she's taught for many years, so a little bit of a change of pace for her.
And she's writing grants for it in North Central, right?
Yep. She's always finding new things about campus to tell me about. I'm like, yeah, Mom, I know. I've been here for 2 years, but I'm glad you're excited.
She's been here for 2 months. You've been here for 2 years. But she's excited.
She's excited.
Cool.
It's good to see.
That.
There's a foul tip. But, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take having her be happy up here and not having to.
I was going to say, if she's happy, that's a good thing. Spanberg has 2 strikeouts today, and he has also bunted for a base hit.
The 1-2 awaits, and it's finally on its way, and it's a strikeout and the second one of the inning for Eichhoff. So far, a great start to the inning for the Pirates and Eichhoff. And so with that, Tyler Palmer will be the batter. And he will swing at the first pitch, and it's strike 1. So Eichhoff is really getting a lot of swinging strikes here. That one outside.
Well, usually that means that you've got good movement if people are swinging and missing.
That one hit hard into left field, and that one is not coming back.
Oh, my, said the spider to the fly.
So another home run for the Storm. And it's 11-0 after Eichhoff got 2 strikeouts back-to-back. Leaves one just hanging up in the zone, and Palmer made him pay.
4 home runs for Southeast in their 4 1/3 innings.
Well,
so we talked about them being able to mash, and they have certainly proved the point.
And don't turn off too fast, as Bishop is the one on deck, as Peterson the one at the plate right now. So if there's a lot of power coming up here, that one's down low. And Bishop was, I'd say a good 5 feet away from having 3 home runs in this game.
Yeah, he didn't miss it by too much. That was Palmer's 8th home run of the year.
And another one down low gets away, but no runners on base and no harm. So it's a 2-0 count here with 2 outs in the inning.
If you're wondering, there is a 10-run rule after 5 innings, which means the Pirates have a shot in the bottom of the 5th to keep the game alive at least.
And we'll see if they do. The hits have slowly picked up a little bit. That last inning, they had the bases loaded, but couldn't get anything to come across. But, of course, you're down 11-0 as it stands right now, and looks like Game 2 might be a little bit earlier than we expected. That one inside, and it's 3-1. Again, you'd hate to have a runner on base and bring up Bishop. And, as odd as it sounds, is it smart to maybe just walk Bishop instead of just trying to pitch to him? I don't know. That one hit a grounder to Rutherford. If they get this, they may not have to worry about it, and they will not. And so that ends the inning. A home run gets another run across, and the Pirates have one last chance here when we come back in the bottom of the fifth.
My name is Gracie Gordon. I'm a graduate of Green City High School. My high school was full of teachers that really encouraged the A+ program because they knew that college was really expensive, and so this program allows students to get the education they need at an affordable rate. Not to mention doing things like tutoring and volunteering that you need for your A+ program can do you a lot of good in high school. So the A+ program was thoroughly encouraged at my high school.
Back here at Burley Grimes, the Pirates will have a new pitcher to face as they look to trying to extend this game a little bit.
And the pitcher is Tello Arciaga.
And Arciaga will look to finish this game off.
And we'll have the stats for him in just a second. Arciaga is a redshirt freshman from Lincoln Southwest High School in Lincoln, Nebraska. Let's talk about Corey Palmer's day. He goes 4 innings, would stand to be the winning pitcher. No runs on 3 hits, 4 bases on balls, no strikeouts, 1 error and 1 double play made behind him in this game. So Corey Palmer pitched very effectively.
Yeah, he really had the Pirates right where he wanted them.
And as promised, Arciaga's story, he has a 1-0 record with 1 save, a 7.50 ERA in just 6 innings. So he's been a specialist with 7 appearances now, 6 appearances, 6 innings. Previously, he has allowed 7 hits, 5 earned runs, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts for Arciaga.
And that brings up Lane Rutherford, who will be our guest in between games. And that one is a strike, I believe. Indeed it is. And it's strike 1.
Well, we won't get to see, likely, Tyler Bishop hitting this game again. That was kind of becoming something I was looking forward to.
Just to see if he was going to hit another home run or see what he was going to do. It's kind of interesting how there's some players like that where despite which team they play for, you're just like, yeah, kind of want to see what he does.
Good players are good players. I'm foreseeing good players.
So 0-2 now the count to Rutherford. And that one down low.
Elliot Peterson is the catcher, and even with nobody on base, he's still taking those off the chest, which you see a lot of in college. It's not unusual.
Yeah,
it just amazes me, especially when they have to slide and block a pitch.
And that one tapped foul. Where Rutherford, of course, going to be our guest in between games from Grove, Oklahoma. He's quite the guy. I've had the luxury, I guess you could say, of getting to know him and had a few classes with him. Haven't talked to him a whole lot toward this year, but a good friend.
Is he as quiet as he was on camera? Because he was very reserved, I thought.
No, he's kind of one of those guys that his on-camera stuff isn't really his thing, but he'll talk your ear off if he needs to. But that one, a hard-hit grounder to short, and that one's going to bounce to first, and in time for out number 1.
That was one of those intentional bounces.
And maybe sometimes that's the move, to just intentionally bounce it there. But
absolutely.
So Rutherford is down to begin the inning.
There is the pitcher, Tello Arciaga.
That one up high to Magera.
Man, the wind is really blowing. They were saying it was 17 miles an hour. It's got to be closer to 30 easily.
There's a swinging strike to Magera. I mean, the wind gust is probably higher than we realize.
Yeah. They say when the flag is blowing straight out, that's 30 miles an hour. That's what I've heard. It's definitely blowing straight out.
There is a strike with a foul tip.
We have a flag at the ranch, and it started 30 feet in the air, but with the wind, it broke once, then it broke again. Now it's about 8 feet in the air.
As there is a hopper play made, but pops right out of his glove is Drew Borner. And so Magera will be safe at first. Man, it was an awesome play there that he could have made. He got the nice slide, and when he went to pop up to get the throw off, it just came right out of his glove.
So I'm going to give an infield hit for Magera on that one.
I think that's fair.
I mean, yeah, just like umpires widening their zones. Gosh, that's 4 hits now for the Pirates.
That one inside to Bailey Quint. Valoria will be behind him, barring an unfortunate double play for the Pirates. There's that one into the glove.
Nobody has made a sign. Now they're making a sign. That's going to be a double play. A really slow sign from Jim Wentworth, and it was not very, I don't know that it would have made any difference anyway. It wasn't very demonstrative, and so the double up was pretty easy. The second double play of the game.
And indeed, that's what ends it. Man, Arciaga really just popped it up out of his glove to make the catch, but Storm win this one 11-0. We'll have stats when we come back.
Totals and line score for you in this game, 11-0. Southeast wins it. The Storm get 11 runs on a dozen hits against 2 different pitchers for the Pirates. And for North Central, they get no runs on 4 hits against 2 different Storm pitchers. The winning pitcher will be Corey Palmer. He goes 4 innings, no runs, 3 hits allowed, 4 walks, no strikeouts, and an error made behind him, but also a double play turned by the Storm. Also pitching an inning, Tello Arciaga. He had a double play that ended the game. He gave up no runs on 1 hit and getting no decision. Nate Fine started for the Pirates. He'll be the losing pitcher and go to 2-3 on the year. By the way, the record for Corey Palmer now is 3-0. Fine is 2-3, going 3 innings, 7 hits. 7 runs, 8 hits, no walks, 3 hit batters, which were really decisive, and 3 strikeouts. The Pirates made 2 of their 3 errors with Fine on the mound. Then Hunter Eichhoff came in to pitch the 4th and 5th. He gives up 4 runs on 4 hits, no bases on balls, 3 strikeouts, and no decision for Hunter Eichhoff in 2 innings. For the Southeast offense, there's a lot to talk about. Let's start with the home runs. A home run by Tyler Bishop in the first inning, a 2-run job, and then a solo home run in the third. He nearly hit a third ball out of the park, but it hit up against the fence and scored 2, so he ends up with 5 RBI in the game with 2 home runs and a double. He also scored 3 runs. A home run by Avery Moore in the third inning, a home run by Tyler Palmer in the 5th inning also helped to account for those runs. Other big hits, we talked about Bishop's 2-run double, an RBI double for Drew Borner, and I think that is about it. There were a lot of things that happened, including 3 errors by the Pirates that led to some runs. Pirates really didn't have much to talk about offensively. An infield single for Magara, which was kind of a borderline error or hit. Del Rosario had a single and a missing one somewhere, and I will find it. It was the very first hitter of the game. Lane Rutherford single up the middle, then was called out, sliding into second base with a double play in process, and so he was called out on that. But he had the third hit, or actually the first hit, for the Pirates. Any thoughts on this game? Pretty one-sided.
Yeah, the bats for the Storm really showed up today, and the pitching for the Pirates they struggled a lot. We'll see what they can do in the second game. Hopefully a little bit better for the offense, at least for the Pirates.
Yeah, there's not much more to do here with the score being what it is, except you get back, regroup, and continue on. The Storm win their 12th of the year. The Pirates have dropped their first in a while. They did get beat in the series at Heston one game, but they had won 9 out of 11, so they're still hoping to bounce back and play better in the second game. Our second game will be in about 30 minutes. We'll be back for that, but we're going to set you up here with a visit with Lane Rutherford, our At the Break feature. We've moved to between games of the spring doubleheaders. Lane Rutherford joins us, and then you won't have to do anything except sit back and wait for the start of the second game on Pirates Digital Media. Lane, the baseball season's taken kind of a positive turn here lately. Winning 2 out of 3 at East Central was a good step. How was the weekend series at East Central for you?
It was fun. Definitely good to get the series win against them coming back from last year. You know, they swept us. I think we won one against them. And so going to their place and beating them, 2 out of the 3 times was really good.
Yeah.
And starting to play really good baseball too. It was a solid weekend of baseball.
That's what I keep thinking, is that we've maybe turned a corner here. Has there been anything specific that has kind of helped turn that corner?
Yeah, so Coach Hillerman and all the coaches, they preach just trust the process. Don't really look forward to don't look towards the results.
Right.
And so we know we put in the work, and coming off of last year, we're ready to play ball, and we're just trusting the process right now, and it's going pretty good for us.
Well, so trust the process for you means what? What are you working on? What do you have to do daily?
Daily, it's just a lot of hitting, a lot of ground balls, taking care of myself. Just knowing that, I've been doing this for a long time, and
right.
Just trust that I can go out there and play to the best ability that I can.
I'm fascinated that you said taking care of yourself, because it's a new deal, even though you're into it for a couple of years now, but making sure you're ready to play, whether it's physically, mentally, that's not easy.
Yeah, it's definitely hard going, from high school to college. It's a whole different level of competition.
Right.
You're on the road, for us it's 3-4 days out a week, sometimes even more, and, just being able to have, just like the mentality that all these baseball players have, that
right.
It's really tough, but at the end of the day, it's all worth it.
What do you think is the single biggest difference between high school and college?
So I came from a pretty big high school, and I played about the same amount of games that I do here in a year, but just the competition is insane.
Right.
In high school, you mess up, a lot. You're still going to be that guy. Here, you've got 3 other dudes that are coming for your position.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's either, fight and perform, or you don't.
Competitor enter into this? Are you a strong competitor?
I like to think so, yeah. I don't like to lose, and when I lose, I don't take it very easily.
Right. Where'd you get that?
Probably my mom. My mom is definitely a very good competitor.
Well, tell me about her if you would.
Yeah, so my mom, she's a strong lady. My best friend. She really pushed me the hardest in high school and growing up. She was always there. She definitely is the reason why I am still playing college baseball.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't for her, I don't know where I would be. But she definitely pushed me the hardest to become the best player that I can.
Was she the kind of mom that would kick you in the behind or be really nice to you and understand? And did she have technical advice?
She definitely let me know when I messed up, but more like constructive criticism, I would say. But she was always in my corner. You know, I'd get done with a bad game or something. I'd go 0 for 4, and she'd be like, "It's okay, just trust it. You know, you got it. Tomorrow's a new day."
Sure.
And that's one thing she did tell me a lot is tomorrow's a new day. You know, and in the heat of the moment, I can't see that as well as she does or other people, and it just frustrates me. But at the end of the day, she's right, and there is always a new day, and there's always going to be that next AB or that next play.
Right. Tell me about, if you would, the rest of your family. Your siblings, anybody?
So I come from a big family. I've got 2 older sisters and 2 littler brothers. So my 2 little brothers, they both play baseball. One's in 5th grade and one's a sophomore in high school. And then my 2 older sisters, my oldest, she has 2 little kids, a boy and a girl. Amelia, she was just born about 6-7 months ago.
Nice.
And then Grayson, he's 5. And then Jordan, she's 23, and she has a 2-year-old.
Wow. So you get to be big uncle every now and then, right?
Yeah.
How about school? What are you doing in school? What do you want to do with your skills as an academician after school, after baseball's over?
So hopefully I can continue baseball another 2 years, wherever. And I want to be a coach and a teacher.
There you go.
I want to be a teacher since I was in 8th grade for some reason. I just find it fascinating. Right now I'm taking, just getting my AA transfer.
Okay.
And yeah, whatever's next, I know that I'm going to be teaching.
Right.
So going into education.
Is it stressful to not know where you're going next year? It doesn't sound like you've signed with anybody.
Yeah, so in the beginning of the season, I had a couple schools reach out, a lot of interest, a lot of talk, but nothing really stable. And I would say probably the first 3 or 4 weeks, me and Coach were talking, and he was like, "You got to stop stressing yourself out so much about the signing." And I was like, "I know, I'm trying," but it's always that thought in the back of your head, you know, what if you don't have a place to go?
Yeah.
And so I would say about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago is really where I was just like, I'm going to go as hard as I can. You know, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
So control what I can control, and that's something that I can't. So.
Yeah, we've had a pretty good history with placing people, so
Yeah.
I think that's at least in your favor.
Yeah. So one of my buddies is at Northwestern right now, Noah Bodenhausen.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And
How's he doing?
He's doing good. I've been talking to him a little bit. He said it's hard, but you know, baseball, it's a fun part. So I'm not too worried about it right now. And you know, the closer it gets, you know, I may start to worry a little bit.
Sure.
But other than that, I'm just gonna play baseball.
Right. You watch Major League Baseball at all?
A little bit, yeah.
Do you? What's your feeling about the new pitch clock and all that kind of stuff?
I think it's good and bad. I like how quick the games go now.
Yeah.
I was looking at an overlay the other day, and I think it was 2 years ago, 1 AB took 3 ABs now in the MLB.
Was that right?
And yeah, but again, you know, with the new pitch clock, you only get 20 seconds.
No.
Same thing with the batter, you have to be in before I think it's 8 seconds or something. With a pitcher, you can only pick off twice.
Yeah, that's the weirdest one to me.
So yeah, that's the weirdest one because now you're going to see everybody stealing bases that don't usually steal bases. So, but it doesn't really. I mean, I think it's a good thing for the game.
Yeah,
and make it go faster.
Supposedly, we have these rules in college also, but they're just not enforced. Of course, we don't have the electronics to enforce it.
We have the pitch clock, and we do get, you know.
Do you really?
Yeah, we do get violated for the pitch clock, and that's one thing that we work as a team is being quick.
Right.
You know, as soon as you get the ball, get on the rubber, your 20-second start.
Yeah.
And we've came across it, even last year it was happening. We've came across it once or twice this year. This past weekend, one of my teammates, Alan, he actually got violated for 20 seconds.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they just had a ball. Usually they'll give you a warning, but sometimes you'll get that.
Just go straight to it.
Yeah, they'll go straight to it. So.
Okay, when it's all said and done for you, North Central, what's going to be the memory that sticks with you the most?
The guys, for sure. Especially last year, staying in the dorms, having access to the, everybody was in the same hall, everybody was in the same dorms. It was hectic, but it was a lot of fun. But that's one of them. I would say my favorite, though, are our bus rides.
Yeah.
Our bus rides are so much fun. I love traveling because of it.
Yeah.
So.
Keeping in mind this is kind of meant for families, can you tell a lot of what goes on the bus?
Yeah. So we play a game right now. We're really, every time we get on the road, it's Mafia.
Mafia!
Yeah, so it's basically like a game where you have to find out who is the bad people. So the Mafia is the bad people, and then you have the townies and the cops and, just the good people.
Yeah.
And, yeah, we will play that for, if it's a 10-hour bus ride, we'll probably play for the 8 hours.
Isn't that
on
something?
And our coach gets in on it, Coach Fry, and it's fun. Everybody's in on it. We have probably 15, 20 people at a time playing.
Right.
So that'll be my best memory from here and playing that.
Yeah, well, you're one of the good people also. Thank you for taking the time to do this.
Thank you.
Lane Rutherford has been with us here between games. Don't have to do anything. Game 2 is coming up, so just stay with us here, and in a few minutes we'll get to Game 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the one word that I would use to describe the college, what it means to me is opportunity. It provides a lot of opportunity for a lot of people, a lot of families, a lot of young kids, a lot of people that are retraining, and it just provides the opportunity for people to better themselves and better their lives, and that's what we're here for.
My one word to describe NCMC, I believe, is relationships. Relationships between the instructors and the students, as well as relationships between each instructor and relationships from our students into our community, I think is really huge.
It's so hard to come up with one word for any description, let alone what NCMC means to me and brings to the community, but I'm going to go with future. And that is because it is changing the future for so many.
The one word I'd use to describe NCMC to me is community. I feel like we have a lot of clubs and organizations here at NCMC, and it's really easy to find your people and your support group throughout your college years.
The one word that comes to mind when I think of North Central Missouri College is functional. Seems like everything works.
The one word that I find most appealing to describe North Central Missouri College is compassion. And I often see that between students, between faculty and students, between faculty, between administration. I just feel that every day that I walk onto this campus, I am shown signs of compassion between human beings that are sharing the same goal. And with that, I feel like that we are strengthening as we move along, each individual.
So the one word that describes how I feel about the Savannah campus is I'm excited. I'm very excited about what our programs will be able to benefit not only the college and the region and the facilities, but what it will be able to benefit to the students too.
NCMC provides me the opportunity to express my passions of both education and surgical technology. I'm able to combine those two together and share that passion with my students.
Investing in NCMC is not only an investment in our community, but an investment in the potential and the possibilities to improve our lives and the lives of others around us.
When I was asked to come up with one word for North Central Missouri College, I couldn't. I came up with 3. The first one is access, and that's access to an affordable, quality education. The second word is excellence, as we strive for excellence in everything we do. And the final word is impact, which is the cumulative effect that everything North Central Missouri College means to our region.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Burley Grimes Field here in Trenton, Missouri. I'm Jaden Varner along with Rick Cole, and we're ready for Game 2 of the doubleheader today. The Pirates dropped Game 1 11-0. The Storm really got out in front quickly, and they never looked back. They scored they scored 3 runs in the first, and then a few more in the third, but then really brought it all home in the later innings, and they run-ruled the Pirates in the 5th. As we are just about to get ready to start here, Lane Rutherford will be on the mound for the Pirates for Game 2. And Hunter Brown will be on the mound for the Storm as the Pirates take the field. Rutherford, usually second, plays a little bit of short. He'll, of course, take some throws here today. Leading off for the Storm will be Aiden Jackson. Coming up in this inning will be Will Barrett and Max Peterson. And then, of course, the dangerous hitter Tyler Bishop will be the DH for this game. He played first in the last one. As some warm-up pitches here for Rutherford. And we'll see what the pitching can do for the Pirates here. They got to starter Nate Fine really early on and then just kept going. Of course, Eichhoff came in and did fairly well, but the errors is what really killed the Pirates in some of those things. There was, I believe, a strand of 3 outs they could have gotten from just throws at first. One that Quint couldn't dig out of the dirt, and then ones that just drove him off of the bag. But we'll see if they fare a little bit better here. A little bit of a break there. The game, of course, got over earlier than they were expecting, so they took a little bit longer in between games than they probably normally would. Tanner Wright will be at first for this game, and for the Pirates, Keaton Mudd will be in left, Josh Hughes will be in center, Landon Wells will be in right, and Brant will be at second, Wright is at first, and Justin Dameron will be catching, and Quint will move over to third for today. And, of course, Rutherford pitching as we get ready to start things off here. Aiden Jackson will get things leading off. As there's Rutherford there getting ready to throw the first pitch. And we're ready to go here as Aiden Jackson will step in. And a first pitch strike right down the middle. So, of course, already mentioned how dangerous this lineup is, and we really saw it in that first game. 13 hits, 11 runs as there's a pop-up. And that one will be dropped. Rutherford tried to go get it. There was a little bit of confusion. And the leadoff hitter, Jackson, is safe at first. Really not sure what the plan was there, but Rutherford was the one that eventually was going to try to go get it, but he tripped trying to get down from the mound, and it's usually a dangerous thing to try to do for a pitcher, but he takes a tumble. He still almost caught it, but almost doesn't count in this situation, as there's one fouled off. So again, the kind of mental mistakes and the errors here by the Pirates have been a bit of a big hit to them, as that's the 4th error in the 2 games so far, as we're just in the top of the first of this one.
Well, you give the error to Rutherford, I guess?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm not so sure that hit the drops between outfilders.
I mean, he's the one that got a glove on it. I mean,
yeah. And I've never been big on that. The glove means an error, but
as that one gets away and the runner will head to second.
Tell you what, they also did. Not only did they hit 4 home runs, but they ran the bases very effectively in Game 1.
They did, and that was another thing that really got the pitchers rattled, is when there was runners on base. They really tried to force some throws, and they threw 2 into the outfield.
Yep.
As there's a mighty swing and a miss, and that's a strikeout. And that's out number 1 for Rutherford.
And it wasn't just the runners leading. They tried twice to run with runners at first and second, double steal, if you will. And they were able to not only score the lead run when the ball went in the outfield, but move the other runner up to third base.
Yeah.
And that's not something you should take lightly.
No, the advancing of the runners, especially for this team, is very big. As that one is down low, Max Peterson is the second baseman in this game. Aiden Jackson is at second. One ball, no strikes to Peterson. Bishop, the ever dangerous hitter, is on deck. And Rutherford will fake a throw to second and will hold on to it. Again, we wondered how many times we'd see maybe a throw to first or second in this game, as that one fouled off just on the plate, and Jackson's going to have to go back to second.
Justin Damron will be the catcher in this game for the Pirates, and he will be challenged just as Mendez was in game number 1. They were running in that situation from second base.
Yeah, absolutely. They really just got some good they got some good jumps. The steals were pretty online. And now the 1-1 is a strike 2. Called on the outer part of the plate. Top of the first here at Burley Grimes. 1 out. Del Rosario tries to come up to second. Eventually fades back, and that one is inside for ball 2. So the game kind of got off to the energy starts out really great, and then we kind of get into these slower, the long at-bats kind of really take some of the energy back out, so we get these quiet parts of the game.
That's kind of typical of college baseball, though, and you don't have in major leagues. They've tried to speed up the games, but you still have high levels of players at that level. Here, with these younger college guys, you're gonna have big innings, and you're gonna have streaks of ineffectiveness.
And swing and a miss, and Peterson strikes out, so it's the second strikeout for Rutherford, and that's out number 2. And that brings up Bishop, and let's just remind you what Bishop did. 2 home runs, both to center field, and then a double, which scored a couple runs. And all in all, he was and then eventually came across to score later on, and that one popped into foul territory, right going over for it, and he can't get it in foul territory, so Bishop will have another chance. It was probably the best opportunity all day that the Pirates are going to have to get Bishop out. And to Wright's credit, he was very close, but that wind out there is kind of blown. Once it gets up high enough, it's really just blown it all kinds of which way over there. There is the wind picking up. And Rutherford steps back in. 0-1 is on its way. And that one well inside. And the hit batters in that first game, Nate Fine had a couple of hit batters hit in that first inning that was eventually what came back to hurt him. But the strikeouts were there. They got the strikeouts. It was just the murky stuff in between. So there's the throw to second, and Jackson is back in time. So Rutherford trying to get out of this inning with only Jackson stranded, and instead he will hit Bishop. As Bishop throws his bat down in a little bit of he's got some pain, so that's one way to take it out. So Bishop will trot over to first, and that puts Jackson at second and Bishop at first. And now Jason Jawarby will take his swings here. This is his first appearance in this doubleheader. as he takes that one upstairs for ball 1. It's kind of cooled down a little bit outside. It was up in the 70s today. I think it's probably back down into about the mid-60s now. Of course, the wind makes it feel a little bit cooler, as that was a swinging strike there. 1-1. And that one called the ball. 2-1. As the long approach here from Rutherford, now eventually coming forward. And that one's upstairs also. Whitaker is on deck. And that one outside, and now bases are loaded now for Whitaker. Bryce Whitaker is playing first base today for the Storm and making his first appearance in the doubleheader today. Now it's up to Rutherford to get himself out of the bases loaded jam, but 2 outs as the first pitch is outside. That one just caught the outer edge of the plate for strike, and it's 1-1. Of course, the Pirates again back in action on Friday and Saturday, as that one's down low. Then again on Wednesday, that'll be against State Fair. The 2-1 is outside, and it's 3-1. And now Rutherford in jeopardy of walking a run home. Needs to come back with a good pitch here. And that one just got him a little bit up there, and it's strike 2. So a full count here to Whitaker. Big pitch here. And a swing and a miss, and he struck him out. So all 3 outs in this inning from strikeouts, and Rutherford gets out of the bases loaded jam. Pirates coming up here in the bottom of the first when we come back.
You know that North Central Missouri College has the top-rated LPN and RN nursing programs in the state of Missouri? That's right, NCMC is the place to be if you're considering a career in nursing. In Cross Hall on our main campus in Trenton, Missouri, you'll find our state-of-the-art nursing simulation lab. Our nursing program is known throughout the region for its dream team of instructors who make student success their primary focus. Whatever your educational goals, NCMC is definitely the place for you.
Pirates coming up here in the bottom of the first inning. Rutherford 3 strikeouts to get out of that inning and out of the bases loaded jam. And so now the Pirates will look to face off against Hunter Brown after getting a nice look at Palmer in that last game. And man, Palmer was really frustrating that Pirates lineup. Couldn't get a whole lot going. And they'll hope to have some sort of a better fortune here.
Well, Hunter Brown is is completely an inexperienced college pitcher. He only has 1 inning in this year in his 1 appearance. In that appearance, he gave up 2 hits and an earned run. Didn't walk anybody, but struck out 2. So this is a situation that Dion Parks can use somebody like this after winning the first game. You know, that old saying about you like to get a split on the road. Well, he has evidently felt like it's time for Hunter to get some innings on the mound. And so you look at Hunter Brown, who will be up there. He's a redshirt freshman from Des Moines.
And Brent will get things started here for the Pirates and takes that one for strike 1. Brent at the plate right now. Magera and Quint will be behind him. And Tanner Wright will be the cleanup hitter as that one's fouled off. So 0-2 now. And a swing and a miss, and Brent strikes out. And some frustration there on that swing. And it's out number 1. So that brings up Magera, the DH in this game. Has been kind of a bright spot for this Pirates lineup, as that one's a grounder to second. And over to first, and the throw gets away from Whitaker. And they will go ahead and award him second as well. So off an errant throw to first, just a routine grounder, but as a lot of things in baseball, there is no such thing as routine.
There is not. Well said.
So Magera will happily be at second with Bailey Quint. And he'll foul tip that one. So with 1 out, a runner on second. A 0-1 count to Quint. And the Pirates looking to get a much-needed source of offense here after going scoreless in that first game. That one inside.
I thought it was big that we got out of a bases loaded spot there with Rutherford striking out the side and getting a strikeout with the bases loaded.
Yeah, that's a big moment. He's really a momentum kind of guy. He's got that energy that usually carries him through a lot of things, and he plays with such emotion out there. Of course, he'll probably go back and listen to this and text me later and say that I'm actually an idiot, but we'll see.
Yes, this is a friend of yours.
Yes, this is. He probably won't. He'll have a good laugh at it, most likely. That's usually how he looks at things. As that one gets a piece of Quint. And Quint will take first. So the Pirates, who have the pitching last game is the one that hit a lot of storm pitchers, now has a hit batter there. And so that brings up Tanner Wright with 2 runners on now. That one well upstairs, having to kind of move out of the way of that one.
Isn't that the first Pirate that's been hit by a pitch today?
I believe so. I believe Brent was actually also the first strikeout the Pirates had. That one fouled off the fencing behind home plate. Pirates trying to get to Hunter Brown here early. And that one hit into center field. It'll be playable. And the catch will be made. The runner advancing to third. And Magera will get there. So out number 2 of the inning. And that puts runners at the corners for Del Rosario. Now the wind changing directions more toward left center field. Now it's kind of gone back, as that one's fouled off of the third baseline. The 0-1 pitch awaits Del Rosario, and here it comes. And that one's hit into the gap in right center field, and the catch will be made out there by the center fielder, and that ends the inning. So 2 runners left stranded there for the Pirates. The Storm are coming back here in the top of the second when we come back on Pirates Digital Media.
By myself, talking to the moon. Pull up the single turn up. Pull up the single turn up. Pull up the single turn up. Pull up the single turn up.
So back here at Burley Grimes, Lane Rutherford out there on the mound, got out of a bases loaded jam in the top of the first, striking out the side. And he'll be back for a second inning of work. And he'll be facing off against Adam DeBoer. And coming up this inning, DeBoer, Taylor, and DePrima. And then the order will turn right back around with Aiden Jackson. And that one delivered a strike one to DeBoer. And that one skips in front of the plate. But nobody on base and nothing to worry about. Dameron, the catcher for this game. 2-1. And a nice strike delivered on the outer corner of the plate. And a strikeout for Rutherford, and that's number 4. So he makes quick work of DeBoer there. And now he'll face Max Taylor. So far a nice start to the game for Rutherford. And he comes right back with a strike down the middle. And taking no time in between pitches here, that one outside. And we see that sometimes with some pitchers when they get kind of into a little bit of a groove and some momentum, they kind of speed up their wind up a little bit. It tends to kind of mess them up a little bit. That's usually when you get those mound visits that comes out there like, hey, you were doing good, you got to calm down a little bit. You're getting a little too much ahead of yourself. As that one's hit into right field, and an effort to try to make the diving play does not succeed, and Taylor will head to second.
I'm going to go ahead and give Taylor a double on that. It was a ball that was a long way from being caught. Landon Wells went after it and did get the fingertips of his glove on it, but let's call it a double for Taylor.
Yeah, that one was a hard play. Wells was playing more toward the gap there in right center and really had to make a long run to go get it, but Taylor now stands at second, and DePrima at the plate, and that's a strike delivered to DePrima. So Rutherford has been really good at delivering the first pitch strike.
DePrima's just coming off an injury. He got hit in a bullpen session catching when a ball bounced in the dirt and then hit him up on the bridge of the nose, as I understand it, and broke his nose.
Yeah, that's never fun.
I wouldn't think so. It's never happened to me, but it happened to him, and now he's back in the lineup.
Well, good to see him back out there for the Storm. And I'm sure they're happy to have him back. There's a swing and a miss there for strike 2.
He has a couple of home runs, 7 RBI. I think everybody up and down their lineup has a home run. And not just today, I'm talking about during the season.
1-2. And it's a strikeout again. And the second of this inning, and the 5th for Rutherford. So every single out he's recorded so far has been a strikeout, which that's a nice way to do it.
Right. We were talking about movies in the first game. How about the line from Kevin Costner in Bull Durham about spread it out, throw some ground balls, it's more democratic. Love that line.
I'm sure the Pirates defense out here will take not having to do a whole lot out there.
I don't know. That's when you get slow. That's when you don't get good jumps on balls, is when you haven't had a lot to do.
That one upstairs, and it's ball 2, 2-0.
On the other hand, that shows a little moxie for Rutherford. Remember the strikeout he had of Whitaker to end the first?
Oh, yeah. He had some. He put a little sass on that one. It's 3-0 now on the leadoff hitter, Aiden Jackson. And he comes back with a strike, and it's 3-1.
I think there's been a change. It looks like Keaton Mudd is playing second base now. He was listed as a starting left fielder, but that clearly is him, number 12.
Yeah, he is.
In the picture.
As that one's foul. Yeah, indeed, that is Keaton Mudd at second. Let's see what we may have messed up here. That is Wells in right.
In right? Yeah, I'm sorry. Is it Brandt in left then? He's normally an outfielder.
Well, that's what I'm trying to see now. We always kind of get these things confused. It doesn't happen a whole lot, but it does happen. As there's a walk to Jackson.
And the reason that is, a lot of times, is the manager does not have to report defensive changes. He can make those changes and then have this kid report when he comes to the plate. So a lot of times the umpires don't turn around and tell anybody if they even know it themselves. So they could have made a defensive change there and put Mudd at second base.
I believe that's Hughes in center, so I believe Brandt is in left.
Okay.
As that one gets away, and now the run will come home. And it's 1-0 Southeast.
And that'll be a wild pitch that allows that run to score.
And yeah, and a wild pitch that Rutherford has done pretty well so far at keeping control of his pitches. That one unfortunately got away, and Dameron couldn't get it. And that's how the first run comes across. Jackson got to second off of that. And another one that nearly gets away, but Dameron was able to block this one. So there is 2 outs in the inning. Will Barrett at the plate, Max Peterson on deck, with Tyler Bishop in the hole. As now Dameron and Rutherford have a little chat out there on the mound. Probably telling him, hey, dude, I don't want to try to keep getting this ball out of the dirt, buddy.
Or something a little on the blue side of that.
Something like that.
It's always an effective message.
There's a strike to Barrett, 2-1. And I say this every time. It's my world. I will imagine what I want.
Yeah.
And And that's the beauty of it sometimes. You can really just come up with anything. As there's a swinging strike. And it's 2-2 with a runner on second and 2 outs. The pitch on its way, and it's hit high into left field. And giving way to Hughes, and he'll make the catch to end the inning. So a run comes across for Southeast, and they take a 1-0 lead as we come back here in the bottom of the second on Pirates Digital Media.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Hi, this is Whitney Trump, Director of Regional Programs for North Central Missouri College. If you're a high school student, you have the opportunity to gain college credit while still in your high school classroom. Through the dual credit program, your high school instructors are teaching college-level classes at a reduced tuition rate of $100 a credit hour. Contact your high school guidance counselor or me, Whitney Trump, Director of Regional Programs, for more information.
Here at Burley Grimes Field, Southeast takes the 1-0 lead off of the wild pitch from Rutherford. And now the Pirates have the chance to come here to bat in the bottom of the second. Leading off the inning will be Keaton Mudd. Following him will be Landon Wells and Justin Dameron. And then Hughes will follow as the cleanup hitter. Pirates facing off against Hunter Brown. As we get ready to start things here in the bottom of the second. And the first pitch is upstairs. So 1-0 the count to Mudd. Again, playing second base, as it turns out. And that one had to move out of the way, and it's ball 3. There is a strike delivered inside. And now 3-1. And a grounder up the middle, and it's a base hit for Keaton Mudd. And so they have the leadoff runner on for Justin Dameron. Or excuse me, Landon Wells. Dameron will be on deck. And now the throw to first, and he is safe. Mudd stumbled a little bit there, and Whitaker nearly was close enough to getting the tag down, but that throw was closer to the bag at first. And once again, a pitch out. This time Mudd is back in plenty of time to not warrant a throw. So 2-0 the count here. That one down low. So again, the batter getting ahead of the count against Brown. They seem pretty worried about Mudd over at first. And a strike on the outside edge. And a 3-1 pitch is into left field. And it is down for a hit. Keaton Mudd getting the sign to go home. He will take it. And the Pirates have tied it up. And Wells is at second. So a 3-1 pitch that was just lined right down the line, just barely fair. And that's the first run of this doubleheader for the Pirates.
And it is the 12th RBI of the year for Landon Wells.
How about it? So Justin Dameron will look to keep this inning going with no outs. High pop-up. And calling it off and making the catch for out number 1. That was Adam DeBoer, the one that called everybody off. And so that brings up Hughes. And he gets a hold of that one into left field. That's hooking foul. And I believe he made the catch out there and left, and indeed he did.
Wow.
And that one was close to that fencing out there. And that was well in foul territory.
And well out of the range of our cameras,
Yeah, well, we're out of our range of our view, too.
Sorry about that.
And so there's 2 quick outs after what could have been a very promising inning for the Pirates. Of course, the 1 run has already come across. And now we're back at the top of the order with Brent. And a grounder over to first and Whitaker, and he will take it to the bag himself. And that will end the inning. But the Pirates get a run here in the bottom of the second, and they tie it up at 1-1. To the top of the third we go here on Pirates Digital Media.
Hi, my name is Ethan Hare. My hometown was Hale, Missouri, and I went to Hale R1 school. Take any help I can get to help pay for my college. And so my school offered it, and I just had to do tutoring hours, etc. And it was just something I wanted to do to be successful for my future. A+ is really important for college students because it takes a tremendous weight off your shoulders.
After 2 innings, we're tied at 1-1 for the Storm. 1 run on 1 hit for the Pirates, 1 run on 2 hits, and the Pirates and Storm are all even after these 2 innings with Lane Rutherford facing Hunter Brown here. And again, in these games, these non-conference games, we expect to see a lot of pitching changes, but Lane will go into his 3rd inning of work. He has walked 2, hit a batter, and struck out 5. In the first game, Nate Fine went 3 innings, so let's see if 3 innings will be the magic number for Rutherford as well. Max Peterson will lead it off, then Tyler Bishop and Jason Juarbi will be the 3 that face Lane Rutherford. And here we go to the top of the 3rd inning. Pirates are on a roll here in this part of the season, but they were steamrolled by Southeast in the first game. Final Southeast 11 and North Central nothing in 5 innings. So this is refreshing for the Pirates. There's a big 1-hopper to Tanner Wright, and he'll have no problems with that one after he knocked it down, and there's 1 out. So Peterson is gone. Tyler Bishop will be next. He's been hit by a pitch in this game. And Rutherford goes back to work with Justin Dameron behind the plate. He'll signal the pitch. And a big cut by Tyler Bishop. Bishop was hit by a pitch after he had hit 3 pitches, about 1.5 miles in combined length in the first game. 2 homers and a off-the-fence double. Breaking ball is right in there for a strike. Our home plate umpire, Clifton Glidewell, and on the bases, Jim Wentworth. So 0-2 to Bishop. He's DHing in this game. And he hangs in there and fouls that one away. I'm not sure if that was a mistake by Rutherford. That looked like a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, I think it even caught Bishop off guard. He wasn't expecting a pitch that good.
Of course, the old days of quote-unquote wasting a pitch, not really relevant anymore. Dameron wishes he would have missed outside on that one.
Yeah.
But as it is, it's 2-2. Bailey Quint is the third baseman. You saw Tanner Wright a moment ago record the out. Right now, Del Rosario is at short. Keaton Mudd at second base. 2-2 on the way. We'll do it again. Rollins Brandt was announced as the starting second baseman in this game. He is now in left. Josh Hughes in center and Landon Wells in right. One ball, two strikes, second game of the doubleheader. Southeast put on a show in that first game, 12 hits. Corey Palmer won his third game of the season, going the distance, which was 5 innings. The losing pitcher was fine, and he's now 2-3 after the Pirates could only muster 4 hits, no runs. And Bishop is working his way back into a hitting situation. Tyler Bishop, boy, what a season he has had. Now 19 home run and 64 RBI in 45 games. That's foul.
And that one basically ended up at the softball field across the way.
Yeah, speaking of that, our softball team is here today. Apparently they practiced earlier in the day. And that's not even close, and we're full at 3-2. Bishop had a home run against McCook on Saturday, then had a double and an RBI and a stolen base second game Saturday. Had another 2 RBI on Sunday and 3 RBI in the first game against McCook. So he's been raking. Breaking ball, and it's popped straight up on the infield. This will be an adventure, and it does fall to the turf. Oh my, oh my. I got to tell you, was that the shortstop, Del Rosario, who dropped it? Was he the one that was there? It's hard to tell. They were in a
what it looked like to me is that Mudd came over, was calling it off, then Del Rosario came over to call it off, and so Mudd gave away to him, and instead they just kind of looked at it, and Del Rosario had his hand up and just couldn't reel it in.
There goes the runner, got a tremendous jump. The throw's not even going to be close to in time, and it's a stolen base for Bishop. I told you he can run a little bit, and Bishop takes off and steals second base. He is now 11 of 14.
Well, if the Pirates aren't careful, this is how these big innings start.
Yes, you're exactly right.
And Rutherford, who had been good at putting batters away, now he's got to get something going here.
Jason Juarbi is the hitter. He walked his first time up. The thing about that stolen base was so impressive. He got it miles ahead of the pitcher jump. That was impressive. And then showed some speed to boot. Juarbi ready. Another breaking ball. Did he go? Yes, he did, and that's a strike. Juarbi is listed with no information other than he is a freshman. That's all we can tell you. In the stat sheet, he's hitting .208 for the year with 2 homers and 7 RBI. So in the times he's gotten to play, he's been effective. Rutherford will take a look. And just to give you an idea, this is his 12th game of the year. He's only had 24 at-bats. Remember, the base on balls is not an official at-bat. So he's relatively inexperienced. Rutherford to the plate. And, boy, that's a good-looking fastball, but just outside.
He's had some really good pitches so far, but he's just barely missing.
That's what we're talking about on a 2-strike pitch. You see pitchers now try to fish on the corner a little bit, well, a lot more than they used to. And Juarbi swings and misses, and he is gone. Second out of the inning, the 6th strikeout for Rutherford in 2 2/3 innings. It brings Rice Whitaker to the plate. He struck out in the first inning. So Whitaker, a freshman from Millard West in the Omaha area, steps in. And Rutherford promptly deals a strike. Whitaker, 333 on the year before the strikeout. Has not hit a home run, nor has he driven in a run. Base hit here might take care of the RBI. Rutherford really giving him that slow breaking ball, and he fouled it back. Pirates and Southeast tied at 1. A run in the second for Southeast, a run in the second for North Central, and now the top of the third. A blowout in the first game went to Southeast.
Yeah, and so far it's a nice change of pace after the very one-sided game.
Down on strikes for the second time is Rice Whitaker, and that's now 7 strikeouts for the right-hander Lane Rutherford, who is pitching very well for the Pirates. Back with the bottom of the inning after this.
At North Central Missouri College, we know higher education is an investment, and we take that investment seriously. From the newly renovated Geyer Hall to the latest technology at the Barton campus, NCMC has something for everyone. 2 brand new apartment-style residence halls for students relocating to Trenton. Men's and women's athletic teams competing at championship levels in baseball, softball, basketball, and golf. No-cost essay reviews by experienced tutors, virtual learning sessions, and the region's #1 ranked practical nursing program, educating tomorrow's healthcare professionals. NCMC is a school, but at its heart, it's a community for this diverse region. It's a community of high-level educators assembled to challenge you. You can see our investment in our beautiful campus, but the real investment is in our students. Now is your time.
Hagen McGarrett will lead it off for the Pirates. Tied at 1 with Southeast. I am Rick Cole with Jalen Varner. And McGarrett reached on an error. Ended the inning at third base in the first inning. And pitcher Hunter Brown misses outside. Brown has walked no one, has hit 1 batter, struck out 1 batter, and there's been an error made by the Storm. Inside out, goes the other way for a strike. It'll be McGarrett, Quinton Wright for the Pirates. Want to take a moment and thank Trenton Coca-Cola Bottling for their support of North Central Missouri College through the years. That one's just outside. Our home plate umpire is Clifton Glidewell. The catcher is J.D. DePrima. And that's ball 4 to McGarrett. So he draws a leadoff walk, and the Pirates, tied at 1 with Southeast, have a promising start to their third inning. Bailey Quint was hit by a pitch his first time up.
Well, it'd be nice for the Pirates to get a massive runs here.
Brown ready. Remember, Brown has minimal innings, about the minimalist innings you can get. Started the day with just 1 inning on the mound this year. And now coming out to talk to him, it looks like Tyson Parks, it may be Trevor Varley, the pitching coach, who comes out to talk to him. We were talking about Coca-Cola in town and thanking them. Let's also thank Grundy County Lumber Company for their support of North Central Missouri College as well.
Hey, you read it through finally.
I know, I've been stumbling over that all spring, and don't think I wasn't thinking about it.
I know, I could feel the pause.
It's awful. Some kind of a block, or maybe it's that collision I had with the ground off the ladder. Could be. It's interesting. There are still some things like multiple words that are kind of hard to get out. I mean, but maybe that's been true the entire time. I'm just noticing it more.
And the English language is hard, even for someone who speaks it all the time.
Yeah. Never had, though, as much problem as this spring. I don't know what the deal is.
It's the weather.
Yeah, let's blame it on the weather. Speaking of that, the rain is coming in about 8 o'clock tonight. We've been dry but windy today. As Quint looks at a pitch and fouls it off on 2-0.
You know, I'll take the wind over it being wet and muggy and warm.
It is kind of muggy outside.
I don't know. Don't ever ask me what my favorite weather is, because I will always tell you cold weather.
Back safely is Magera at first base. Bailey in the first game had a single. He also hit into a double play. And the pitch. That might be playable over by the dugout. Whitaker's going over. He does have room, and he makes the catch. That's the win factor again.
Just keeping it in play, and yeah, that wind is really blowing. Now it's more straight out to left than it was before, but
4 home runs in the first game, all hit by Southeast. Another one nearly went out. Tanner Wright, a fly ball to deep center. Max Taylor was able to track it down, though, for Southeast. And Wright has to bend out of the way of that fastball offering by Brown. Aiden Jackson plays third base for Southeast. Adam DeBoer is the shortstop. Peterson at second base, and Rice Whitaker at first. You saw him catch that foul ball a moment ago. Right in there. In the outfield, Will Barrett is the left fielder. Over at right, Jason Juarbi, and the center fielder, Max Taylor. That one bounces away on a short throw. It'll be an error on the pitcher. Let's see how far Magera can go as it rolls up along the fence, but he's going to limit it to one base.
probably a good move. I think it might have been a close play to try to continue on to third. But hey, they'll take the advanced runner on that.
There are some parks around where, and especially with wooden fences, if a pickoff throw bounces and it gets up against the fence, it will roll all the way down into the corner, and you see a lot of first to third pickoff move errors. But here it's chain link, and it doesn't have that same kick that it does on the wooden fences.
Man, if we had a wooden fence out here, I could only imagine some of the stuff we'd see.
Yeah, it can get a little wild. That is just fouled by Wright as he bounces it past Aiden Jackson of Southeast. Southeast is located in Beatrice, Nebraska, and during the basketball season we learned that Southeast was going to move their basketball programs to their Lincoln, Nebraska campus. And I think what I heard at that point was baseball and softball were undecided what they were going to be doing as far as where their baseball, softball would be located. So I apologize for not having more information of that. I should have asked Dion when I talked to him.
I wonder what the benefit of moving it is. Just better.
Well, what I think is that their campus in Lincoln has grown so much that it's a little bit more metropolitan feel than Beatrice. Not that Beatrice is a bad place, but Lincoln's got that collegiate feel. Oh my, look at that one toward left, and that's a no-doubter into the front row of Trenton Cinema. A home run hit by Tanner Wright. My goodness, he pounded that, and the Pirates lead it by 2.
You know, I call him Tannerite because the Tannerite is explosive.
That's right. Yep, we have talked about that before.
I'm sure he's probably tired of hearing it, but I'm not tired of saying it, so we're just going to keep rolling with it.
And 5 home runs now for Tanner Wright will lead the team. That's also his 22nd and 23rd RBI of the year.
Hey, that's the first lead for the Pirates in a while.
It is. Della Rosario is the next hitter. And he gets spun around a little bit. Della Rosario is from Scotland, Pennsylvania. Nobody on base. Raynell flew out to center his first time up. In the first game, he was 1 for 2 with a single. One of 4 hits the Pirates had. Long way to go for the second baseman, Peterson, and he is there to make the throw over to Whitaker for the out. Second out of the inning. Keaton Mudd is the hitter. He singled and scored the first run for the Pirates on an RBI double by Landon Wells last inning. Pirates have scored 2 here on the right home run, and they lead it by a 3-1 count.
It was nice to see a long ball go the way for the Pirates this time.
Yeah. They have not obviously hit as many home runs As Southeast, that's their 19th home run of the year. Wright was tied with Bailey Quint at 4 each, but now he takes the lead in the home run race for the Pirates. And Mudd comes up empty on that one. Keaton Mudd, 5'10", redshirt freshman. They had a sacrifice fly, a couple of RBI against Heston in the first game of the series last weekend. Another RBI in game 2, and 2 more RBI against Heston in the third game, and then followed up in the final game of the series with a double. So he's been playing well. He's been playing a lot.
Moved him around quite a bit.
Breaking ball, just protecting himself a little bit, and he lines softly out to Whitaker to end the inning. So the Pirates get a big blow, finally, from Tanner Wright, and they take a lead here of 3-1 as we go to the top of the 4th.
There are numerous career opportunities in agriculture, whether it's ag business, ag science, or natural resources. NCMC has excellent career preparation in each. NCMC ag students also participate in ag club and at a regional and national level competing in the Professional Agriculture Students Association, where we are charter member both of the Missouri and national PAS organizations. We also have a livestock judging team, and the NCMC shooting sports team is a member of the USA College Clay Target League. Ag at NCMC, just like farm chores, there are plenty of things to do and opportunities to learn every day at the Barton Farm campus here at North Central Missouri College.
Pirate baseball comes your way here on Pirates Digital Media. We're kind of in a bind when we get to softball in the district tournament. The regional tournament will be hosting it here in Trenton and televising all of it, but unfortunately it happens on Saturday, the final game of, or the final day of the tournament, the same day we have our graduation. So anybody who's good at balancing a lot of online telecasts at the same time and has a hint for me, I'm open. That's Rick Cole at Pirates Digital Media. So we'll figure that out, though. It's going to be an exciting regional tournament, and I think our regional tournament in baseball is going to be kind of exciting. The 3 teams from Missouri that are involved are East Central College, Moberly, and, of course, the Pirates. And then you throw Heston in there if they can qualify as a Kansas team into this regional. That's where they would have to go. Now Donnie Hillerman out talking to his pitcher. Anyway, so it could be a 4-team regional. East Central will host it. And that could be a very exciting regional as well. So we're having a meeting here as the Pirates are all assembled on the forward deck here. And Rutherford's going to stay in there, but that was certainly a meet.
It's quite peculiar.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. It must have been something injury related. They're not going to charge the Pirates for a visit to the mound. So we continue on. Adam DeBoer to lead it off for the Storm, to be followed by Max Taylor and then J.D. DePrima. And strike 1 on Adam DeBoer, who struck out swinging in the second inning. Through 3 innings, 1 run on 1 hit for Southeast, and the Pirates 3 runs on 3 hits. Defensively, Justin Damron is behind the plate. He made a nice backhanded pick there. In the outfield, left to right, Brandt, Hughes, and Wells. Just outside. I wonder about Rutherford sometimes. He comes off in an awkward position in his follow-through. He's hopping and taking an extra skip step, and just watch him a little bit. And I wonder if he tweaked something during warm-up. See, he's did it again there, and he's kind of frustrated with that. It looks like maybe the stride hole is giving him some problem.
Well, and him playing short and being a second baseman is kind of a different angle of movement.
Mudd to right, 1 out. Well, he's a really good athlete, first of all. He wants to play, second of all. So he'll play wherever he can. That's my read on him. You know him better than I do, but that's kind of how I look at him.
Yeah, he's a guy that He'll stay in the game, and even if you want him to come out, he's going to be like, I don't care.
Max Taylor had a little bloop double his first time up and looks at a pitch inside. Max has no homers, 1 RBI this year, but hitting .375 and fouling it straight back. We'll be back with more Pirate baseball on Friday. It'll be a doubleheader now, despite what the earlier schedule had. They're trying to dance around the rain that's coming in tonight and tomorrow. And all of a sudden, Rutherford's having trouble finding the plate. So on Friday, we'll start at 2 o'clock with a 7-inning game against Moberly. They're the new kids on the block in baseball. Then we'll have a 9-inning game after that. Saturday, then, will be 1 9-inning game starting at 1. And there's some talk, and Donnie talked about this on our pregame show, that if the weather and the field is wet, and it's that they could move it back onto Sunday also, Saturday, Sunday, perhaps. That one's right in there. Taylor has scored the only run for Southeast in this game. It scored on a wild pitch, and that got him. So Rutherford is definitely struggling, and we'll see if the Pirates are apt to make any kind of change here. Maybe not this batter, but soon. J.D. Prima has struck out looking at a fastball from Rutherford. That came in the 2nd inning.
It looked like they had Gutierrez warming up in the bullpen a little bit ago.
Sure, they'd love to get Rutherford through this. Outside ball 1. Quint charging on the show of the bunt, right, staying with the bag. So they're in the coverage that has the pitcher taking the first base side. We used to call it, I think, 11 coverage. No, that'd be 13 coverage because the pitcher, the number 1 position, goes over toward the first baseman spot, who's the number 3 guy. There you go. So we must have 13 and 15. That must have been the way it went. The pickoff throw is snagged by Wright before it could tattoo the assistant coach Tyson Parks over there.
No, he definitely clinched up over there. He was
That's the same thing that we do sometimes, especially when the softball fence is so close and they foul one right back at your face. Kind of the same kind of emotional reaction. 1-2 to DePrima. Lined and into right field. Going toward third will be Taylor. Now he's going to change his mind, and it's a good thing he did on another fine throw by the right fielder, this time Landon Wells.
Yeah, that one was an absolute laser, and he actually, if there had been a guy to cut it off right there, he might have been out there.
Yeah. They were lined up to make the relay to third base, and nobody was on the bag. And now here comes Donnie Hillerman, and that might be all for Rutherford as he has struggled here. And indeed, it looks like a pitching change is coming up here. And Rutherford looks to be done for the day. At least he was offering the ball to Donnie. Maybe Donnie's not in a mood to accept a gift. Or maybe he wants Ramses Gutierrez to have a few more pitches and just telling Lane to kind of cool it for a second. Let me get my relief pitcher a few more throws, so let's not jump the gun here.
Well, it looks like they're warming up somebody else in the bullpen now, is what I'm...
Well, they got a lot of Chiefs on the mound to help make the decision. I always used to like to ask the umpire what he thought. Steve, what do you think? Should we take him out or should we leave him in?
Be like, well,
you're going to leave him in.
Well, yeah, it looks like they've got...
And again, this is going to be a medical visit, which is interesting because our trainer, Megan Erickson, was here. I'm surprised if it's a medical visit. She wasn't part of it, but perhaps she's no longer here.
No, I can't exactly see the number out there, but it looks like either... It looks like Stratman's the one out there in the bullpen warming up.
Tough angle for us. Aiden Jackson is the hitter. We can see that, and he's looking to bunt again as they want to put the ball in play, and Jackson takes it for a ball. He's reached on an error, had a stolen base, and walked. So in the leadoff spot, he's been productive here so far. Pirates lead by 2. 1 out and 2 on. Rutherford going to work.
Well, at the
Just missed it.
At the very least, this is most likely the last inning of work that he'll have. At least it's trending that way.
Yeah, like we said, in the first game, we were down big, and Fine only went 3. This is Rutherford's 4th inning. Ground ball. Quint across to right. And that is just what the doctor ordered for the Pirates, a 5-3 double play, the first that they've turned in the game, and it ends the inning. So the Pirates come out of it smelling like a rose, didn't they? And we'll be back for the bottom of the inning after this.
Dream is to help kids living on the streets with education.
Charles, what's up, buddy?
Wow, we help. Wow. How you doing? My heart about to jump off my chest, man.
Charles, you ought to be proud, man.
I'm just extremely grateful they were here. That's something that these kids are going to remember for a lifetime.
Hard ground ball by Aiden Jackson right to Bailey Quint, who trapped it, stepped on the bag, and fired over to right for the inning-ending double play, and the Pirates maintain their 3-1 lead. Let's see if there's a pitching move made here by Southeast. It appears there is, and we'll get to that in just a second as Hunter Brown. Who do you think that is there?
Looks like Donahue, perhaps, 22.
Okay. We'll go with that for the moment. Hunter Brown went 3 innings. Gave up 3 runs on 3 hits, walked 1, hit 1, struck out 1. And so we'll check for sure. The new pitcher in the game, Drake Donahoe, seems to be the guy. He's a former Mustang at Millard North High School. So Donahoe, the new pitcher. And we'll run you the numbers here in just a moment. The Pirates lead at 3-1. As we said, 3 hits against Hunter Brown, who would be the pitcher of record at this point for Southeast. The numbers on Donahoe. Drake is 2-0 on the year with an 8.53 ERA in 6 1/3 innings. So again, not very many innings. This is his 5th appearance. 9 hits in 6 1/3 innings. 6 earned runs, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. He's given up 2 home runs as well. The wind has calmed a bit, not blowing out to left as strongly as it was, but give it a second, it'll get going again. So Donahoe, the pitcher for Southeast. Drake is a redshirt freshman. And he will face Landon Wells, who had an RBI double his last time up. J.D. DePrima, the catcher with the signs, and immediately from the stretch, Donahoe to the plate and finds that black on the outside. In the first game, Southeast used 2 pitchers. Corey Palmer went 4 innings and got the win. He's 3-0. And Tello Arciaga went the 5th inning. Towards center field, Taylor racing to the gap, and Taylor making that catch on the backhand side.
Yeah, he covered a lot of ground to get that one.
He did. Normally the center fielder has priority over the corner outfielders. So if he can get there, it's his ball to take, just like the priority he has over an infielder coming in, an outfielder does. Justin Dameron has popped up to the catcher, and on this day, that's no easy thing for a catch for an infielder to do. The shortstop. Did they say catcher? Got a
I
beard.
think he started to. I don't know. I zoned out for 5 seconds.
He popped up to DeBoer, who's currently playing shortstop, maybe playing catcher any moment now.
You never know with JUCO baseball.
Yeah.
For all we know, their freaking manager could come out and pitch.
Remember how you said it was your life and you'll do it?
Yeah,
what did you say?
It was my world, and I will do what
That's
I want.
right. It's my broadcast, and if I say he's catching, he's catching. Dang this TV stuff. You used to be able to kind of get away with that in radio. I got a story to tell you. But Hammer on first, 1-2. And the ball in the dirt means he'll have to have a throw from the catcher before he's out, and a good job shifting his feet. Royce Whitaker records the out at first on the throw from DePrima. And that's the second out. So in my initial days of broadcasting basketball, I really didn't recognize zones and man-to-man and all that kind of stuff, and wasn't sure what it was. So on the radio I just said, boy, they're switching defenses as fast as they can. So that's how I got away with that, or didn't. That was a long time ago, man.
You know what they say, fake it till you make it.
That's exactly right. Josh Hughes fouled out deep in the corner to Will Barrett. Good play by Barrett, going a long way. And a big cut by Hughes. We haven't seen a lot of Hughes. He's from Lee Summit down in the Kansas City area, 5'10", 180 pounds. He's a sophomore. Came in as a runner against Heston, was thrown out trying to steal. In one of the games of the weekend, he gets a start here.
As we've gone on, the clouds have progressively rolled in more. Of course, it is supposed to start raining at about 7:30ish.
Yep, I read 8, but close enough. And I don't know how much it's supposed to rain. On my weather guide, it just has a picture of an arc.
Well, we shall see.
Let's find out.
Because this is what I'm good for, is weather.
I like it. Everybody needs to have their roles. I'm the clown. You're the weather guy. God, we could work for Fox News.
Hey, we could work for Fox News.
And there's a strike on a gorgeous breaking ball on Hughes, thrown by Hunter Brown, who strikes out 2 in the inning. And Hunter Brown heads to the dugouts with a couple of strikeouts in his pocket. Back in a moment for the 5th.
Fully vested in the Trenton community since 1992, Farmers Bank of Northern Missouri is a firm foundation for your financial needs. Whether you choose to utilize the convenient mobile banking app, ATM, drive up or lobby, the local staff is dedicated to providing you exceptional service. Come grow with us. Farmers Bank of Northern Missouri, member FDIC.
New pitcher for the Pirates is indeed Kyle Stratman, who Dayton thought was warming up down there, and it is Stratman that'll take over for Lane Rutherford, and we'll give you all of the information here in just a moment. The Pirates in the bottom half of the inning get no runs, no hits, and they struck out twice against Drake Donahoe in his first inning. As I think I said it was Hunter Brown, it's actually Donahoe, and now the Pirates make the move and bring in Kyle Stratman. And for Kyle, as he takes his warm-up tosses here against SECC, Kyle Stratman is 0-0 on the year, no wins, no losses, 13.03 ERA in 9 2/3 of an inning. His 8th appearance of the year. He has started 2 games, but of course this is a relief appearance. In those 9.2 innings, he has given up 14 hits, 14 earned runs, 8 walks, 6 strikeouts, 2 home runs have been hit against him. Kyle Stratman is the new pitcher for the Pirates, and he is another player from Lee Summit, 5'9", 195 pounds, a sophomore. Did you get a peek at the weather?
Yeah, I did, and actually the rain isn't supposed to come back until around after 9 o'clock, actually. So, how about that?
Well, I think we're going to get these games in.
I think so.
Will Barrett, the hitter, and he looks at a strike delivered by Stratman. And this is, it's Barrett up there.
We always got to make sure. This is never an exact science with some of these things up here.
That's toward right field where Wells is playing, and he has to range toward that foul line again. Helped by the wind, he is able to catch that ball for out number 1. So Barrett is gone. Max Peterson is next, a strikeout and a ground out to first base in his 2 trips to the plate against Lane Rutherford. Rutherford goes 4 innings in the game. He is the pitcher of record for the Pirates with 1 run allowed, 2 hits. And blocked by Dameron. Lane hit a couple of batters. He also walked 2. And he struck out 7 in 4 innings. Very important here for Peterson to get on base for SECC, as Southeast has 5 RBI already from Tyler Bishop, who's next. And obviously on the other side of that coin, Stratman wants to work hard on Peterson. And it's not going so well so far. 3 balls, no strikes. And 4 pitches sends Peterson to first base.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate appearance there for Stratman. He just couldn't find the strike zone there. Hopefully he'll fare a little bit better against Bishop, but at the same time, you really got to be careful what you put in the strike zone against Bishop, because that one may never come back.
Tyler Bishop in this game has been hit by a pitch and reached on an error. In the first game, if you weren't with us, 2 home runs, a double that scored 2 more runs, a total of 5 RBI. And his home runs were not short.
No.
And they were right to center, which means he made almost perfect contact, got underneath it a bit perhaps, but hit him a long way.
Yeah, he was definitely seeing the ball really well.
Saw that one because it was too close to his eyes. But you look at him, Jaden, he's a kind of a slender guy. He's not your big, husky home run hitter, and that's the way things are going. It's all about bat speed. It's all about technique, and he's got some good stuff of both. That ball down in the dirt, and down to second base goes Peterson on a wild pitch.
I feel like that scene in Moneyball where he's pointing to Paul DePasa, it's because he gets on base.
Yeah. That will be playable toward Wells in right. The runner is not tagging, and so it's a fly out to right, and one of the few times that the Pirates have retired Bishop. In fact, is it the first time?
Maybe.
Let me check the
this
score.
Might be monumental.
Yeah, that's the first time we've retired him. Can you believe that?
Just remember where you guys were, folks, when
the earth, tectonic plates have slammed into place. Jason Juarbi is 0 for 1. He's walked and he's struck out. Kyle Stratman on in relief of Lane Rutherford. And Stratman trying to nail down the final out. Starts Juarbi with a strike. Remember, he walked Peterson after 1 out on 4 straight pitches, so he bounces back nicely, getting Bishop, and now a strike to Juarbi. One ball, 1 strike. Pirates scored 1 run in the second, 2 runs in the third. Storm 1 run in the second inning, but they won the first game in 5. Good block by Dameron. 2 outs here. And again, missing down low, which against this team is not a bad thing to do at all. They hit 4 home runs in the first game.
Yeah, anything, if you can get a ground ball on this team, I feel like you fare a little bit better chance. Well, and it definitely stays inside the park, that's for sure.
Big cuts. Juarbi comes up empty. This park, we haven't talked about it, but it's 375 in the gaps and right around 300 feet down each line. It's not a huge park. It's not a tremendously tiny park. It's used by our high school team and summer league teams. But it's fair size. Ball 4. Juarbe draws the base on balls, first and second with 2 outs for Rice Whitaker, who has struck out twice when he faced Rutherford. Let's see if he has better luck against Stratman. Whitaker is another player from Omaha. Of course, Beatrice, Nebraska is the home of Southeast. And again, technically, he's from Millard. He went to Millard West High School, a western suburb of Omaha.
Yeah, Omaha. That's also Peyton Manning's favorite place.
I've heard that, yeah. We've all heard that. That's going to be in foul territory for Quint, and now drifting back toward the line. They call him out. They haven't indicated if it was fair or foul. I'm going to call it a fair ball caught by Quint. Third out of the inning, 2 left on base. The Pirates lead it by a score of 3-1. And we head to the bottom of the 5th inning on Pirates Digital Media. Partners with North Central Missouri College Athletics include Farmers Bank of Northern Missouri. Bank on the go with Farmers Bank mobile app. Pentagon Ford, now offering low upfront prices and no hidden fees on every vehicle in stock. St. Luke's Health System. St. Luke's unique combination of clinical excellence and compassionate care makes them the best place to get care. Grundy County Lumber, your authorized local steel dealer. BTC Bank, agriculturally minded, service-oriented, and driven to strengthen the communities it serves. Well, the first game wasn't very competitive, but the second game certainly is. 3-1 North Central leads against Southeast of Nebraska. And for the Pirates coming up in the bottom of the 5th inning, it's the top of the order. Rollins Brandt leading it off. Drake Donahoe went 1 inning in relief of Hunter Brown and gave up no runs, no hits. He struck out 2, so a good outing so far for Drake Donahoe. And we'll see what the Pirates can do against him here in the bottom half of the 5th inning of this game scheduled for 7. Brandt steps up. He has struck out swinging and grounded out to first. Strike 1. Our softball team was here for a while. Looks like they still are. Some of them are anyway. And they lost a couple at a very good Indian Hills team in Iowa on Monday. They play at Jeffco on Saturday and then at St. Charles on Sunday, 2 games each. And then they've got 4 against Crowder. So, boy, their schedule is tough right in the middle of Region 16 play. Our golf team, the women's golf regional and district, is Saturday. A strike called. And our men's golf team starts their regional and district beginning next Thursday. And baseball rolls on with the 3-game series against Moberly Friday and Saturday. And a cut and down goes Brandt for the first out of the 5th inning. 4 strikeouts overall, 3 strikeouts for Donahoe. After Hunter Brown went 3 innings as the starter for Southeast, and Layton Rutherford went 4 innings and is the pitcher of record, the winner at the moment for the Pirates. Hagan Magara has reached on an error, walked and scored a run. Strike 1 on him. We're in the midst of 5 straight baseball events, if you will, most of them doubleheaders. And it's just weird the way the schedule worked out because of very few home baseball games. We kind of have a bunch of them here at the end of the year. We have one more date with softball outside of the regional tournament, which we do for the Region 16, and it appears on Pirates Digital Media. But it's just kind of funny. At the beginning of setting the schedule, it was even. I think it was 21 games apiece or something like that. Probably 22 because there's all double headers in softball.
Right.
And now, to be honest with you, I don't know where this is going, but there's not much we can do about it. But we have a long, if you will, long baseball homestand for us. McGarrett takes strike 3 on the black, and Drake Donahoe is dealing right now.
He's got some great control and some command on these pitches, and he's cutting them down.
Let's see what Bailey Quint can do here. He's been hit by a pitch and fouled out to Whitaker at first base. Pirates lead by 2, but we know that this Southeast team is powerful. No swing, says Jim Wentworth down the first base line. One thing I will tell you, Deion Parks and I have talked, and because they had for them, a regional opponent last weekend, they've got another regional series coming up this weekend. He didn't bring his starting pitchers that pitch weekends. That's not unusual, but he also didn't bring his top-end bullpen guys because he used a lot of them last weekend, wants them to be fresh. So we've seen guys with little or no experience behind second base. That's the shortstop DeBoer catching that one, and the inning comes to a close as Drake Donahoe has been impressive, and he sends the Pirates down in order here in the 5th inning. When we come back, Jaden Varner will have the play-by-play story on Pirates Digital Media. After 5 innings, 1 run on 2 hits for Southeast. The Pirates have 3 runs on 3 hits. So pitching battle between 4 different pitchers so far in this game as we go to the top of the 6th.
Hey, it's me again. Congratulations.
Hello.
You're stuck with me again. Anyway, we're back here. Top of the 6th inning. Stratman, the pitcher for the Pirates, looked pretty impressive in the top of the 5th inning. And we'll see what he can do against DeBoer as we get ready to get things kicked back off. Pirates got the 2-run lead so far, but again, like you mentioned, this lineup, at any point they could put up about 30 runs if they need to. And so we'll see what they do. And that one is bounced into left field, and that's the leadoff hitter, DeBoer, on. So swinging at the very first pitch he sees. Now that brings up Moore.
And they're going to bring in a pinch runner. Tyler Palmer is going to come in to run.
And he was, I believe, the shortstop in the first game.
And he may well stay in because he's subbing in for the shortstop.
So we'll see Moore. As we await the pitch from Stratman. And that one in the dirt.
Don't forget the running game is a big part of what Southeast does. So Palmer over at first base. Stratman's going to keep an eye on him. Not much of a lead right now as Wright holds him on, but the throw anyway.
And this is one of the things that they do really well is that they, with as much speed as they got, and with how much they have got a lot of stolen bases, it's really going to cause a lot of errors, and we've seen it so far.
Yeah, putting pressure on the defense is the strategy. 17 of 19 Palmer is in stolen base attempts.
1-1 the count here to Moore.
Well, he's going for the downs, isn't he? He's trying to tie this up with one swing.
And now that I'm looking at it, I think Moore is actually a pinch hitter. Now that I'm looking back at it.
Oh, that is Moore, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yep, he is a pinch hitter.
And that means he's a pinch hitter for Max Taylor.
Well, Moore in the first game had a solo home run and went 1 for 3. So he's got some pop, and this is the situation they need some pop.
Yeah, down just 2 runs. A home run here ties it.
And I'll tell you what, Tyler Palmer is giving Stratman all sorts of headaches right now, and he's got an even bigger lead than he had.
As there's a hard hit grounder to Del Rosario to second for 1 to first. In time, the double play. So an excellent execution by Del Rosario, Mudd, and Tanner Wright. And there's 2 outs. And here's the replay on this one. I mean, it was a absolute missile to Del Rosario.
And that's what made it possible, that hard hit ball.
Yeah, if it had been hit any lighter, might not have had the same results, but the Pirates will take that. And that makes things a little bit easier. As DePrima is still the batter. No change has been made there. And that one got close to getting to DePrima, but will be a ball, and it's 2-0.
Pirates now have turned 2 double plays in the game. They've also made 2 errors. There have been 2 errors made by Southeast.
And that one a strike on the bottom edge. And it's 2-1. Top of the 6th inning here with 2 outs of a 7-inning game. There's a strike. Caught the inside corner. Pirates trying to take game 2 here. They've got the 2-run lead. And they're really trying to keep it. Stratman pitching well so far. The 2-2. And he struck him out. And that ends the inning, a double play and a strikeout. And the Pirates will come up to bat here in the bottom of the 6th when we come back here on Pirates Digital Media.
Hi, this is Whitney Trump, Director of Regional Programs for North Central Missouri College. If you're a high school student, you have the opportunity to gain college credit while still in your high school classroom. Through the dual credit program, your high school instructors are teaching college level classes at a reduced tuition rate of $100 a credit hour. Contact your high school guidance counselor or me, Whitney Trump, Director of Regional Programs, for more information.
I'm Jaden Varner, and along with Rick Collier at Burley Grimes, Pirates have a 3-1. Wow, I can't English today. My mom would be disappointed, and she's a former English teacher. It's 3-1, and the Pirates lead it here as they get ready to come back up to bat.
Well, we're in for a treat here. Hold on to your horses, because into the game is Johnny Pecora. He throws 93 to 96, but has some control issues. He can really bring it, and we'll see what will happen here. The story on Drake Donahoe, he goes 2 innings, no runs, no hits, nobody walked, and he struck out 4, so he wasn't bad at all, but now they're going to give the ball to Pecora, and Pecora needs this kind of work, so they get him in there, and we'll see what he has, as he is got a load of potential, obviously, but also has some work to do. No record, a 13.50 ERA. He's only thrown 2 2/3 innings. This is his 5th appearance of the year. 2 hits allowed, 4 earned runs, 7 walks, 5 strikeouts. 7 walks in 2.2 innings, but also 5 strikeouts. So let's see if he can gas it up here and hit 93 to 96 like we've heard he can.
Yeah, there's a lot of wide variety in his selection here. He'll have Wright, Del Rosario, and Mudd, barring any sort of substitutions being made by the Pirates. And the first batter he'll face will be Tanner Wright, who we've seen go deep in this game. Here in the bottom of the 6th.
One thing about it, facing a guy that throws hard is that if you hit it, it can go potentially a long, long way, and that's something that you can't not consider.
Especially if he leaves one in the zone. He has some control issues, like you said, so.
He's not going to pick the edges.
Ooh, is right. He saw that one.
Pretty good example right there.
That one left pretty well into the zone, and Wright took as about as a mighty swing as you could get to that one. He was trying to hit that flagpole is what he was doing. We'll see if he gets one close to that one. That one is up high, and it's 1-1.
Everybody's looking for great arm and talent, whatever that is. This kid's got something, and they're giving him a long look.
Could be a diamond in the rough. You know, they get him chiseled out a little bit. They got something there. Ooh, that one.
We're going to appeal it down to Jim Wentworth at first, but no swing.
So 1-2 the count. Or now it's 1-2 the count. The scoreboard up there was off. And it still is. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is 2-2. Who knows?
I think it is 2-2.
I think it's officially 2-2. It was wrong a little bit ago, but now it is officially correct. And that one gets out of the glove, and it's ball 3.
I don't know that I haven't been around a lot of guys that throw 90, but that doesn't look like 90 to me. Maybe barely 90.
I'm thinking we're probably somewhere in the 70s, 80s, but.
Well, I'm sure it's more than 70, and it's at least in the upper 80s, if not the lower 90s right now. So I think he still has a little bit more to bring.
We'll see if he pulls one out here. There was one.
Got a little bit of gas on it right there.
So there's a Tanner Wright strikes out. And up comes Del Rosario. And he'll take his first swings here.
Raynell 0 for 2 in this game.
We'll see how he fares against Pecora. And one kind of down low in the zone, gets him swinging there.
This is a team, we've talked about their offense all day, but they've got good pitching. We haven't seen their best top-end guys today, but you see a guy with the potential of Pecora doing what he's doing.
And another swing and a miss. So another one that was down low. And now Pecora knows he's got Del Rosario in a spot where he's probably going to try to find something close to the zone to swing at. We'll see if he goes back to the same spot again. Instead, he tried to go up high and lost a little bit too much. And it's 1-2. That one, ooh, got him on the inside edge, and he strikes out Del Rosario. Close call there, but they're going to give it to him. And so that brings up Keaton Mudd. So Pecora, 2 strikeouts. And now Mudd. We'll swing and miss at that one, and man, he's blowing it past them. Getting him to swing at quite a few of them. And another one right down the middle.
Yeah, this is called pounding the zone.
Yeah,
he's doing a pretty good job.
We'll see if he puts one in about the same spot again. It's 0-2. And the 0-2 on its way. That one well high. That didn't even... He threw that one so hard it was a line drive right to the...
From the top of the mound to the midpoint of the backstop.
So that one is ball one by quite a bit.
I can't help but note the irony of Pecora wearing 99, the same thing as Wild Thing in the movie.
That one outside. Yeah, good old move. That was Charlie Sheen. And
yep. I heard somebody say down below, what did he hit? And somebody said 96. So
I guess we'll have to take their word for it. And a swing and a miss there, and now he's going to have a chance to go to first.
The umpire's not signaling a foul ball, so it's a strikeout. And boy, you rarely see a strikeout on a wild pitch, but that's almost what it would have to be.
Yeah, you're going to have to figure out. So I think that's what you're going to have to go with it there. I mean,
and here's a unique situation now. Pecora could end up striking out 4 in the inning.
That'll be something he'll have to put down if he does do that.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Hey, we've seen a lot of things here. Now they're going to give some time here.
Yeah, it might have come off DePrima's hand. Well, it was high. He may have just had a bounce off his, I don't know, but they're giving him a second.
Either way, we're back in it with Wells. Mudd is going to second. The throw is going to bounce away, and he'll be safe at second.
How about that? Pirates very aggressive here.
Hey, you know, they got it away with an out there. They stole one, so you got a runner that you weren't expecting to have. Might as well do some tricky stuff with it.
I like it.
0-1 the count here to Wells. And a swing and a miss as Pecora blew that one past him. The 0-2 in the dirt. Dameron is on deck. And if all things go right, this could be the last time the Pirates come up to bat. That's a hard hit grounder to second. And over to Whitaker, and that ends the inning. So 3 strikeouts in the inning, but that doesn't end it, as that grounder does there. And we will be back here at the top of the 7th on Pirates Digital Media.
You know that North Central Missouri College has the top-rated LPN and RN nursing programs in the state of Missouri? That's right, NCMC is the place to be if you're considering a career in nursing. In Cross Hall on our main campus in Trenton, Missouri, you'll find our state-of-the-art nursing simulation lab. Our nursing program is known throughout the region for its dream team of instructors who make student success their primary focus. Whatever your educational goals, NCMC is definitely the place for you.
Well, we're back here at Burley Grimes, and Kyle Stratman, still the pitcher out there. This would be a save situation for him. I do not believe he has a save at all this season, and he does not. So this could be a huge moment for him as the Pirates have a 3-1 lead, as Jackson, leadoff batter, will get things going here. Will Barrett and Max Peterson are set to come up. We'll see if that is indeed who is coming up. We have seen some substitutions made by Southeast so far. And the Pirates looking to at least split this doubleheader today.
Also, I'm sure it's not the only thing on Deion Park's mind, but they have a 12-game winning streak on the line here.
Indeed they do, and in this, you don't ever count that this lineup is out at all. They have got some power, they've got speed, and
they've got a couple dudes sitting on the bench that can swing the bat. So if we get to that point, I think we would likely see them.
So we'll see what happens here. Kyle Stratman again in a line to get the save. And to do that, this challenge starts with Aiden Jackson. And that one is hit into the gap in left center field, and Jackson is on, and he's going to fly to second. And that's where he will stop as Del Rosario gets it.
So now we're set up for an inning in which Southeast, every time a guy comes to the plate, it's the potential tying run, and here we have a pinch hitter.
Indeed we do. Will Barrett will be subbed out, and in comes Spongberg. And we know he can put the ball in play. And he represents the tying run, as that will get him.
Oh my.
And so Spongberg is on after being hit by a pitch. And now we'll see if Max Peterson is still the batter to come up. And it's not, actually. It looks like it's going to be Drew Borner. And watching him in warm-ups before the first game, he had some pop to his bat. Now it's going to be a visit to the mound here.
Yeah, I think they need to plot some strategy here, right?
Yeah, I think there's got to be something here. That's
got their backs to the wall a little bit. And that's Ryan Suttonfield, who is out there talking to the pitcher. Ryan is the pitching coach for the Pirates, and we'll have a word for Stratman here. I'm looking to see if, did we see Borner in the first game?
Yes,
we did, didn't we? And as I scan the first game sheet, he had an RBI double. Went 1 for 3, popped out foul to first, flew out to center, then had the RBI double with a stolen base of third. He was one of the guys that scored on a throwing error when he was stealing.
So we'll see what he can do here against Kyle Stratman. Stratman, a lot of base hit and hit a batter so far with nobody out in the inning. And the ever-dangerous hitter in Bishop is also sitting on deck.
Bishop can't wait. He's halfway to the plate already.
And there's a bunt attempt, and it goes foul. But yeah, he is. I know he's eager. If the bases get loaded, I know he's going to want to put one well over that fence.
Borner is looking to bunt here. He has 2 sacrifices this year.
And he really wants to get that bunt down that first baseline here.
This is straight by the book, and especially when you've got a guy like Bishop next.
And we'll see what he does. The bunt underneath it, and it's 0-2.
So Stratman now in the driver's seat.
And it would be huge to get an out here without having to allow the runners to advance. And a grounder, Del Rosario to second, and over to first.
Oh my goodness.
In time.
Got him.
That's a double play.
How about that, Pirate fans?
And an absolutely huge play.
Third double play of the game for the Pirates. Second time it's gone from Del Rosario to Mudd to right. And now, a long one just ties the game.
And how about that play from Del Rosario? I mean, he just absolutely got a nice handle on it, and smartly they walk Bishop.
Well, but that puts the lead run on, which is fine.
With 2 outs here. And that brings up Jawarby. He will stay in the game.
Jawarby has walked twice, struck out once.
There's a swing and a miss. Now, if Stratman does indeed get Jawarby out here, we'll have to come back to that double play, because absolutely that was probably the biggest play of this entire game.
And the second inning in a row, they've had a double play. It's just huge.
So 0-1 here to Jawarby. The runner going in Bishop, and that one is well inside, and it's ball 1, and Bishop will take second.
So now the situation is clear, and that's the danger of walking, of course, Bishop, is that he is the lead run potentially. And he can run. We saw that earlier in the game. He can get after it, so anything on the green, he's got a chance to score.
There's a nice strike on the outer edge, and it's 1-2. The Storm down to their final out, down by 2 runs, but runners on third and second here. And a swing and a miss, and Stratman got him. And the Pirates hold on and win this game 3-1. And how about it? They split this doubleheader today. An absolutely impressive outing from Kyle Stratman. We'll be back with stats when we come back here on Pirates Digital Media.
Wow.
Oops. Did you know that North Central Missouri College has the top-rated LPN and RN nursing programs in the state of Missouri? That's right, NCMC is the place to be if you're considering a career in nursing. In Cross Hall on our main campus in Trenton, Missouri, you'll find our state-of-the-art nursing simulation lab. Our nursing program is known throughout the region for its dream team of instructors who make student success their primary focus. Whatever your educational goals, NCMC is definitely the place for you.
Pirates split with Southeast here on this overcast but warm day in Trenton, Missouri. We hope to talk to Donnie Hillerman after the game. It was a washout in the first game with Southeast winning it easily, 5 innings, 11-0. The second game, way more impressive, is a 3-1 win as the Pirates got the 3-1 lead, but Southeast made it interesting in the 7th inning, which we'll recap for you here in a minute. Let's take a look at the overall line score. The Pirates end up with 3 runs on just 3 hits against a combination of Brown, Donahoe, and Pecora. The losing pitcher will be Hunter Brown. He is 0-1, went 3 innings, 3 runs on 3 hits. Pirates were shut out the rest of the way by Donahoe and Pecora, who get no decision. The winning pitcher will be Lane Rutherford. Lane goes 4 innings and gave up 1 run on 2 hits, walked 2, hit 2, struck out 7, and there was 1 double play and 2 errors made in the 4 innings he was on the mound. And then Stratman gets his first save of the year as he goes 3 innings, gives up no runs on 2 hits, no walks, 1 hit batter, and struck out 2. And there were 2 double plays made. So a total of 3 double plays in 7 innings by the Pirates. And that, of course, is a big part of the story. Offensively for Southeast, a double and then Taylor scoring on a wild pitch for their only run. There were a couple of other extra base hits. Aiden Jackson had 1. Trying to see any others here real quick, but again, the double plays erased a couple of those. J.D. DePrima had a base hit as they just had 4 hits in the game. The Pirates score their run on an RBI double by Landon Wells in the 2nd inning, a 2-run home run by Tanner Wright in the 3rd inning. That accounts for all 3 of their runs. Wright's blast came to left field with Hannah Magera aboard, and a 2-run home run for him, his 5th of the year, 23 RBI for Tanner Wright. A lot to be said about this game. You wanted to talk about the double plays, though. Let's do that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that double play was absolutely monumental. You have a chance for Southeast there to maybe blow this game wide open and take the lead there, but Del Rosario had that's the 2nd time he had made that nice little scoop up there and made the nice play. I mean, if he even fumbles that for a second, that double play doesn't happen.
Yeah, and the defense comes to the rescue for the Pirates. Even though they had 2 errors, they turned 3 double plays in the game, and it's been a long time since we've seen 3 double plays in a 7-inning game, let alone a 9-inning game. First game was all Southeast. They scored 11 runs on a dozen hits. Corey Palmer was the winning pitcher, a 3-0 record now, as an 11-0 win by Southeast. The Pirates in that game, no runs on 4 hits, as Nathan Fine took the loss, and he is 2-3. We hope to have Donnie come up and visit with us in a little bit. Certainly a lot of stuff to talk about today, and we'll take a break here on Pirates Digital Media. Pirates are now 17-23 after splitting the doubleheader with Southeast, and the Storm 35-10 now. They break a 12-game win streak with the loss in the second game here to North Central. North Central gets 3 runs on just 3 hits, so Southeast actually out-hit the Pirates. The Storm had their 1 run on 4 hits, and again, their run scored on a wild pitch tossed by Lane Rutherford. Let's take a look at Lane's outing today. 4 innings, 1 run, 2 hits. He had to work around a couple of hit-by pitches, and he came back to walk 2 as well. Struck out 7, though, and he got some big strikeouts when he needed them.
Yeah, he got out of that first thing out of a bases loaded jam, and he got the strikeout there. And Lane really pitched very well today, and got the strikeouts really there toward the beginning, and he stuck it out there in the 4th to get out of it and hand the game over to Stratman. And the way Stratman pitched too was fantastic. Yeah, you got to give it to Rutherford there. He really stuck in and just dug right through it all.
Stratman comes in the 5th inning. He gives up no runs on no hits in the first inning that he pitches. He does walk a couple, though. That got him into a little bit of trouble, but after that it was pretty clear sailing, a pretty clean 6th and 7th inning. In fact, he only faced 2 above the minimum and was helped out by that double play, actually a double play in both innings. So the double plays helped him out in the 6th and 7th. He gets a save. It's his first save of the year, and Kyle would have done it one of 2 different ways, either by being up by less than 3 runs or pitching 3 innings. He did both, so why not give him 2 saves? Why not?
Yeah, why
but
not?
He does get his first save of the year. He did hit a batter, and he came back to strike out 2, but those 2 6-4 threes were huge, and Del Rosario right in the middle of them. That last one, when he flipped it out of his glove, he had barely reached the ball and headed towards second base. He just kind of shuffled it over there, and it ends up being a quick turn by Mudd, who, again, plays third base most of the time, but they were able to get the out at first base, and that was huge, followed by the strikeout of Juarbi of the Southeast in the second game to end it. So defense was the order of the second game after the big blowout by Southeast in the first game. Let's talk about that one a little bit. Tyler Bishop had a 2-run home run, followed by a solo home run, and then a 2-run double. So he went 3 for 3. In fact, the Pirates only got him out 1 time in the doubleheader, and that is when he flew out to right field. He, in the second game, was hit by a pitch, reached on an error, was intentionally walked, and flew out to right. So he's quite a player.
Yeah, I mean, and watching those couple home runs that he hit, and then almost watching him hit a 3rd one, and he was maybe 5 feet short of the getting it over the fence on that, what could have been a 3rd, but it ended up being a nice double for him. But yeah, he had a nice couple games today, and he's having a great season in general, so, he keeps it up, it's a good thing for him.
Well, he is a redshirt freshman. He's from Lincoln, Nebraska, but he doesn't plan on playing another year of junior college ball. I think we can kind of see why. He's obviously qualified to move up. And Bishop, with his 2 home runs today, that gives him 19 for the year, 5 RBI, all in the first game, 64 RBI in 36 games, 46 games. So he's a big-time player. But they also got home runs from Tyler Palmer and a home run from Avery Moore. And those guys had nice days. Tyler Palmer in the first game was hit by 2 pitches. He bunted his way on. He hit the home run, so he scored 3 times in the first game. And Avery Moore had that home run, also a solo home run in the first inning as they rolled to the 11-0 win over North Central. So the split of the doubleheader, and that's a pretty good deal. We are waiting for Donnie Hillerman, and not sure if we'll see him or not, but we'll give him one more look as we continue on Pirates Digital Media. So a pair of games today split between Southeast and North Central Missouri College. First game 11-0 with the Southeastern Storm winning it. The winning pitcher in that game again was the 3-0 Corey Palmer now. And for the Pirates, the loser in that game, Nate Fine, is 2-3. In the second game, the winning pitcher in the 3-1 Pirate win is Lane Rutherford. I don't think we've mentioned this. It's his first win of the year. He is 1-3. And the losing pitcher is Hunter Brown. Brown is 0-1 on the year. Well, that is going to do it, as Donnie Hillerman does not appear to be anywhere close to coming up, and that's okay. We'll let him enjoy it. We thank you, Jaden, for your play-by-play and color today, and pretty good day to be a Pirate, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we will say goodbye for now. Remember, baseball on Friday is a doubleheader against Moberly. On Saturday is a single game against Moberly. But watch the weather and watch the Pirates Athletic website for any changes that will be announced. So again, a split of the doubleheader with Southeast today. We will now say goodbye and...
Go Pirates.
No, I get to say it.
No, I didn't. That's already done.
We'll see you on Friday.
Jolly Roger! Make sail, laddie! Walk up,